Shalom. How do you guys like my new camera angle? Better, worse? Anyway, Jason is at work, and so I am here all by myself. If anybody's interested, you can join me. If not, I'm gonna put on the happy cam. When did they sleep if they were traveling day and night? What with the pillar of cloud and fire? Interesting question. I don't know that I've ever considered that question before. Just because they were being guided by the pillar of fire at night doesn't mean they were moving all the time. There were several places where it actually says that they encamped, right? So, yeah, I think that just means when they were traveling. They were traveling at night. Did they travel more than a day at a time sometimes, then, do you think? Honestly, I have to say this is too much of a literal question. Like, it kind of reminds me of the pomegranates. So, unfortunately, they took the website down, but there was a website for a while. Let me tell you about the pomegranates while we're waiting. Jason said he might be able to make it later tonight. And if people are interested. So I'll tell you the pomegranate story. So there's this weak Jewish tradition that every pomegranate has 613 seeds. Because we say on Rosh Hashanah, may we be filled with mitzvot like a pomegranate. And so there was this idea that there are 613 seeds in a pomegranate like the number of the commandments. Now, for many, 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 many years, I was saying, if you're the type of person who opens up a pomegranate and counts the seeds, you're you're missing the point. That's not, I mean, even if this was a genuine tradition that was like in the Talmud, hell, let's say it was something that was in scripture, which it obviously isn't. But let's say it was. If you're the type of person who like opens up a pomegranate and you're, see, 613, like there's 612 or 614. Here, I have 614 from one pomegranate. It's wrong, right? You're missing the point. Now, a few years ago, somebody put up a website, and they got hundreds of pomegranates from all over the world, and they took a random sampling, I guess random sampling, and counted the number of seeds in literally hundreds, if not thousands, of pomegranates. I forget. I mean, unfortunately, the website was taken down, but you could download his data set. He had his spreadsheet available for you to download. And sure enough, the average number of pomegranate seeds was 613, and a bunch of Jewish websites were like pointing to the, people were pointing to this, and we're like, see, average 613 pomegranate seeds in a pomegranate. Now, I'm not even going to get into how scientific that method is, and it's like, dude, that's not the point. It's not the point. Now, if the idea that pomegranates have 613 seeds somehow reaffirms your faith, and it's interesting and it's cute, and frankly, like if I had kids, like maybe I would show them. In fact, maybe it would be even a good thing to like sit there with a pomegranate and count the seeds and even explain like this tradition and not to take it literally. But like, and this is the thing with Midrash. I was preparing. By the way, tomorrow Ben and I are going to be doing Torah studies in depth. So there's a book, Torah Studies by Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, which is an adaptation of some of the Rebbe's discourses. And we're going to actually go into the original discourse. So that's going to be tomorrow, if people are interested. So there are these midrashic things where, for example, pachim katanim, right? There's this idea that, Jacob went back. It's a detail that when he split up the camps when he was about to greet Esav, and so he goes back for the vessels and pachim katanim, and like there are drushes on these minor points. One of my favorites is actually Rebecca's. There's one line about, so there's two Deborahs in the Bible. There's Deborah, who was Rebecca's nurse and wet nurse, and Deborah the judge, the prophetess. And there's only one line about Deborah, the wet nurse, and there are beautiful drushas on that detail, and you can make beautiful drushas on these details, and that is, so we have the 4 levels of understanding each verse: the pashut, pshat, the straightforward meaning; remez, things that are hinted at; drash, things that can be explained or expounded upon; and sod, those things which are hidden within the text. And this was, I was thinking about making a video, and maybe I should. I was talking to Gilad about these little drashas, right? That, for example, I was talking about paro being sirufei otiot. It's recombining the letters of oref, haoref, the neck. And there are cute drushas on this stuff, and he's like, I don't like those types of drushes, because you can do anything with Bible codes, and he's right, you can do anything with Bible codes, but you do these things, they are always, you have to start with those things which are clearly stated in the Bible, and within the boundaries that those things have, then you can do these interesting types of things, mnemonics, and they're cute and they're sweet and they're nice, and I like them, but can't derive things out of them. So I would actually not be surprised if some rabbi somewhere has a nice drush about why there's the pillar of fire during the night when they were sleeping, and how many days and how they were going. But yeah, just, in terms of hermeneutics, I think proper orientation in hermeneutics is interesting. It just struck me as odd, yeah, and we, when we're reading the Bible, we ask these questions. So I'm asking to see if there's something I should learn from the oddness. So if you can understand the oddness in a way that reaffirms things that you have learned from the Bible, yes. If you are going off on some weird tangent, which goes far away from the actual teachings of the Bible story, I think you could get yourself into a lot of trouble. The verse says that there were these pillars, and says they could travel day and night. But apply. I mean, there are lots of drushas, but I mean, part of it is the continuing message and plot and theme within the Hebrew Bible is that the God of Israel is not bound by day or by night. You know, you have to think in the pagan environment that existed. There was a god for the day and there was a god for night, right? Shemesh was a god for the day, right? The sun was the god of the day and the moon was the god of the night, right? And one theme that's very common in the Hebrew Bible is no, that's not how the Jewish God is. The Jewish God is there by day and by night. So I think that's the first thing we learn out of what that's. I don't think I understood what drush was until that explanation. So thank you. In terms of hermeneutics, seems to be in the same category as a lot of gematria things you hear. Exactly, right. So the shot, right, the plain understanding is what governs, and like the Talmud, the rule that the Talmud has, which is, reiterated often, ein hapasuk yotze midei pshuto, that no verse can be understood outside of the boundaries of its clear understanding and what that means. But I think it's really important, and I say this often to people. People think, okay, the Kabbalah of the Arizal, right, was revealed about 500 years ago, and there's a real serious question. Okay, if this was revealed 500 years ago, how do you know that it is like we believe, part and parcel of what was taught to Moses in Sinai? How do you know that? How do you prove that? And the simple answer is, it matches everything else that Moses taught, and that is the measuring stick. So we have the Torah, we have the Chamisha Chumshei Torah, we have the 5 books of Moses, and all the rest of the scripture are measured against that. And similarly, all the teachings of the rabbis, the oral law, are measured against that. And I mean, that's intertwined, because the oral law, in essence, I mean, without the oral law, how do you know what the scripture is even, right? And it's that seamless the seamless uniformity of what is taught, which is incredibly important, and allows you to know that this is Torah. And an analogy I often make is with a cup, right? Scripture is the cup. The oral law is the liquid in the cup. And the liquid has to fit in the cup. That's the cup makes the shape of the liquid. And similarly, scripture and the plain meaning, the Pashat Pshat, is the is where we begin to give shape to the oral law. The oral law, and certainly anything like gematria and sod, including midrashim, all of them have to fit within the pshat, the plain level of what the Bible teaches us. I don't derive anything from it, but it's wonderful if it helps you understand or remember a more solidly grounded point and connects things. Exactly. I think I've heard rabbis say this pretty much exactly what you just said in relation to drushas. So we actually have some people who are watching. According to StreamYard, there's, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 people watching maybe. And if there are, I highly recommend somebody click on the link, or else you guys can just watch Happy Sleeping. Trying to poke a hole in that definition. Is it true that anything you say, if it is in line with the 5 books, is Torah? Yeah. Yeah. So, and, this is drosh. This is how we say that the Torah is infinite, right? And that's why it's impossible to write down the oral law. It's impossible to touch the bottom in a very real sense. The Torah starts with the 5 books of Moses. But when we refer to the Torah, we're not just talking about the 5 books of Moses. We're talking about how that extends itself throughout creation. And it does. As the Kabbalists say, Istakalta Oraita Ubarata Alma. You looked into the Torah and you created the world. My pleasure, and Lots of people are shy. I understand. But you don't have to be so shy. I mean, how many people are actually going to listen to you? Well, first of all, I am crazy. um, second, yeah, I mean, I think I personally think there's too much fear about this stuff, but like, that's part of the reason why my channel is so. I mean, my own name is on there. You can find my cell phone number very easily if you like. I try to make things pretty open because I think there's a little bit too much fear. Uh, all the reasonable people don't want to talk because they're reasonable, and it's all the unreasonable people who do talk. speaking as a Christian, all I can do is blush and apologize. I am bewildered. It's a question that's good. What did we miss? Something that blows my mind, not really Hebrew Bible study, is the history of Christian persecution of the Jews. Like, how do Christians fit this into their narrative? Um, One thing I was actually quite surprised about was finding out how much Christians, for them, is the idea of being persecuted by the Jews, the church being persecuted by the Jews. So there's this story of Saul persecuting Saul, the Jew, the Pharisee, persecuting the early Christians, right? Um, which, I mean, won't even get started on that. And then the martyrdom of Stephen, right? That's a very common story, right? And then you have the Gospel of John and really all the Gospels, the blood libel in Matthew of let his blood be upon us and our children. And so the the anti-Judaism within Christianity, I mean, when you're trying to define yourself, especially early Christianity was trying to define itself in distinction to Judaism. And I don't think it's bewildering. I think it's endemic to Christianity to at least wonder why there are still Jews, but certainly to even feel like, and this is a huge problem, is when you feel like you're a victim. When you believe that you are a victim, you will do anything in response. And this type of intergenerational um, resentment that that can be bred by intergenerational supposed victimization. There's a lot of Christians who feel persecuted by the Jews, and it's like, what are you talking about? 2,000 years ago, apparently. I mean, and the fact is, like, that whole history is debatable. Let's put it that way. But yeah, it even. I mean, let's say the entirety of Acts and the Gospels were in fact, and all the stuff that. Oh wow, the church fathers. I mean, when you read the things the church fathers said, especially Justin, supposedly the martyr. Whew, I mean, anti-Semitism isn't surprising. The fact that the Jews survived is the surprising thing. Honestly, the fact that the Jews survived the Middle Ages is kind of a surprising thing. Um, The Jews are a small nation, though. What do Christians have to fear from being persecuted by Jews for most of Christian history? Um, well, okay. First, you have to understand, as a Christian, you're growing up with these stories. You're growing up with the story of Stephen being martyred, right? Um, and as a child, like, you're not making sense of things. Jews are just the people who killed Jesus. I mean, every Jewish family has some story like this. Um, my uncle was on a train, and his 5-year-old starts playing with this other kid, and the kids, they're playing, and somehow something happens, and his daughter says to the other kid she's playing with that she's Jewish. And the other kid, also 5 years old, like, starts yelling, "Mom, she killed Jesus! She killed Jesus!" What do you do with that, right? And what do you do with how that places Jews in the imagination of Christians over the past 2,000 years, not all of whom are the smartest people on earth, many of whom were illiterate, most of whom were illiterate. I mean, and then don't get me started on Martin Luther and everything else. And look, when you talk about the passion of the Christ and you blame the Jews for that, and there are certainly certain verses in the Christian Bible which are, what is that in Thessalonians? The Jews who are the enemies of all people, right? It's like, yeah, it's Garth says that seems like a type of victimization that I can both understand and yet cannot comprehend. That reminds me of the South Park episode where Kyle feels guilty after seeing The Passion of the Christ. Yeah. So modern Christians absorbed their anti-Semitism from the New Testament, seemingly. Yeah, and this is what a lot of people get upset when I point out. Fact is that, yeah, I mean, anti-Judaism. So anti-Semitism is a very specific thing. But anti-Judaism is definitely endemic to Christianity, and it's not that it's necessarily bad. Like, the fact that Christians reject Judaism, okay, like, they don't believe in Judaism. I think they're wrong. I think it's very wrong, and there are theological problems with that, which is part of my discussion with Father Stephen. But when it comes down to it, like, if you are a Christian and that's not Jewish, right? So there's going to be some rejection of Judaism, endemic to Christianity and Islam, because unlike Hinduism and Buddhism and other religions, like, these are religions which have to explain why they reject Judaism. That's a necessary part of what they are and who they are. By the way, I saw a Jordan Peterson lecture yesterday in person. I also got a photo with him. Very nice. You could jump on, Garth, unless you're pushing buttons. Yes, anti-Semitism is not a good word, agreed. It's just what people say when they mean anti-Judaism. Yeah, I mean, so anti-Semitism properly refers to a racialist idea which denies the possibility of, for example, a Jew converting to being a Christian, which, funny enough. Hello, Chezi. I am almost done with work. I can be in 1 hour. Well, I actually need to go see if my laundry is dry. And while I would leave you with the Happy Cam, Happy's actually not going to stay there because, I wonder what I could leave things on while I go grab the laundry and see, because I've never recorded what her reactions are. Unfortunately, recently they haven't been good to me leaving the apartment. Okay, I am going to go get my laundry and take Happy with me, and I will leave this. I'll leave you guys with a 5-minute countdown. How's that? Although it might be more than 5 minutes. Good evening. I see it's not Greek New Testament study today. Well, is it or is it not? Happy if you're gonna sleep right next to your bed, nobody's gonna get to be able to see you. Sorry, can't move the camera. At least not easily. We could look at the Song of Miriam in Hebrew, maybe. Sure. Let me pull it up. Where is the Song of Miriam? So, Exodus 15. So let's pull up Exodus 15. אז ישיר משה ובני ישראל את השירה הזאת. I can't do cancellations, I'm sorry. לשם ויאמרו לאמור השירה לשם כי גאו גאה סוס ורוכבו רמה וים. עוזי וזמרתך וילי לישועה זה אלי וענווהו אלוקי אבי ורממנו השם איש המלחמה, השם שלנו. מרכבות פרעה וחילו ירה בים, ומבחר שלישיו טובעו בים סוף. תהומות יחסיומו ירדו במצולות כמו אבן. ימינך השם נדרי בכוח, ימינך השם תירץ אויב, וברוב גאונך תהרוס קמך, תשלח אחריך יאכלמו קקש, וברוח אפיך נערמו מים, ניצבו כמו נד נוזלים, קפוא כתהומות בלב ים. אמר אויב ארדוף אסיק, חלק שלל, תמלאמו נפשי אריק חרבי, תרישמו ידי. נשפת ברוחך כי שמו ים, צללו כעופרת במים אדירים. מי כמוך באלים השם, מי כמוך נדר בקודש, נורא תהילות אוספת. נטית ימינך תבלעמו ארץ, מחית בחסדך עמזו גאלת, נהלת בעוזך אל נווה קודשך, שמעו עמים ירגזון חיל, אחז יושבי פלשת. אז נבהלו אלופי אדום, אלי מואב, יוחזמו רעד, נמוגו כל יושבי חנן. תיפול עליהם אימה פתה ופחד, בגדול זרעך ידמו כאבן, אז עד יעבור עמך השם, עד יעבור עם זו קנית. תביאמו ותטעמו בהר נחלתך, מכון לשבטך פעלת, שם מקדש אדוני כוננו ידיך. השם ימלוך לעולם ועד, כי בא סוס פרעה ברחבו ופרשיו בים, וישב השם עליהם את מי הים, ובני ישראל הלכו ביבשה בתוך הים. Well, that was actually the song of Moses. It actually said the song of Miriam. ותיקח מרים הנביאה אחות אהרון את התוף בידה, ותצאנה כל הנשים אחריה בתופים ובמחולות. ותען להם מרים, שירו להשם כי גאו גאה, סוס ורוכבו רמה בים. So she's saying the same thing, I guess. And yes, we sing parts of that in the liturgy. That's why I know the words. And it was easy for me to read those. But yes, I am sorry to subject you to my voice and my bad rhythm and cancellations. Maybe if Chezi, who is a Levite after all, and a singer, wanted to, he could actually sing the song well. But you're stuck with me. What can I tell you? No, that was great, you liar. I understood bits and snatches of it. Is there any truth to the idea that this is one of the oldest texts in the Bible? And is that scholarly opinion with no basis in tradition? I mean, it's so. Okay, so let's get into Torah Nitan Beprakim. Let me see if I can find that part of the Natan Beprakim. Thank you. Let's try this again. Natan Beprakim. Finding it. Let me see if Google has something. Why will this not be paste? Why is it not? I do have to actually type it myself. Maybe I'm thinking of something else because Google also does not have what I was looking for. So maybe I'm going to speak heresy here. We'll see. But the question is, did Moses write the Torah the way we have it, which is Hashem Diber LeMoshe Lemor? God said to Moses, saying, or was it, did Moses write down, or at the very least, I think you're going to have to say at least that he wrote down all of the things that he was told and given, and then there are there are notes from later scribes saying things like Az Yashir Moshe, this is how Moses sang, right? And then so it is not heretical to believe, and someone may correct me, but as far as I know, right, and also called N to this day, right? And so let's start with what we clearly believe, which is Lemenetzeach al Hakitit, right? The instructions in Psalms to the conductors of the music, or when it says Mizmor LaDavid, it says a song of David. Obviously, those are not part of the original, those are instructions. And they are included in Holy Scripture. And we certainly include them in Holy Scripture. But those are obviously instructions. And so to say that Mizmor LaDavid is not part of the actual psalm that David wrote is not some sort of heresy. I hope that's easy enough and uncontroversial enough, although who knows, that it shouldn't be a problem to say such a thing. Now, and then there's the idea, for example, the Midrash says that Shema Israel, right, was originally what the tribes said to Jacob, and then Moses incorporated that into the Torah, right? And so the idea that parts of, let's say, Bereshit or the story of the flood or whatever, that these were stories, details that Moses incorporated from earlier things, like that's not exactly a huge what you call it either, right? That's not heresy. And so Az Yashir Moshe, right? Did Moses, like, is that one of the oldest parts of the Torah? You could, in essence, maybe say yes, in a sense, right? And that's not a horrible belief to have, and that doesn't make you some sort of heretic. At the same time, I am incredibly uncomfortable with how some people readily turn the Torah into a human document, which I think is also problematic. When it comes down to it, the KJV only people have a lot more actual, real point in terms of God making his word available to us than a lot of people give them credit for. The fact is that scripture is scripture and it is what we have now, and that itself is a important validation of the corpus as it exists, the Masorah. And yeah, hopefully I didn't speak too much heresy there.
Hello.
Richard, you're supposed to be like doing school stuff. Hey, Tiffany.
Do you? Oh, hold on. You are very choppy for me. I think it's my fault.
It may be your internet. Yes, maybe. Not
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. I'm gonna have to go to a different spot. I think. So I will be right back. Kindly.
Hey, Edwin Jacob Ellis. You look like you're in the exact same place you were before.
Yes, and then I just turned off my Wi-Fi. I'm using data. So it should be good now. So, I told Jake about your $5,000 challenge,
Mm-hmm.
and he gave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 prophecies.
Okay, so how
Um,
about you pick the very best
now,
one, and when I rip it to tiny little pieces, that we recognize the fact that like the reason he had to give 6 is because one was not good enough.
sure. So I thought the most interesting and perhaps the most convincing was Zechariah 11.
Zechariah 11.
Which
Okay, hold on. Let me pull up
yeah,
Zechariah.
which I
Oh,
thought
did
you
I not show?
um,
I did not show my screen at all this whole time. Okay, Zechariah 11. Hold on. Zechariah. There he is.
which
Zechariah
like
11.
so it starts at verse 12, goes through 14, and it's about the 30 pieces of silver that Judas refused from. Which I so the reason why I found this interesting was because of this very bizarre detail, but I wasn't completely convinced of the context of Zechariah 11 applying very neatly to the context of Judas Iscariot. So,
Well, hold on. First of all, um, let's look at the thing, right? Um, Zechariah 11. Throw open your gates, O Lebanon, and let fire consume your cedars. Howl, cypresses, for cedars have fallen. How the mighty are ravaged. Howl, you oaks of Bashan, for the stately forest is laid low. Hark, the wailing of the shepherds, for their rich pastures are ravaged. Hark, the roaring of the great beasts, for the jungle of the Jordan is ravaged. Thus said my God, the Lord, tend the sheep meant for slaughter, whose buyers will slaughter them with impunity, whose seller will say, praised be the Lord, I'll get rich, and whose shepherd will have no pity, will not pity them. For I will pity the inhabitants of the land no more, declares the Lord, but I will place every man at the mercy of every other man, and at the mercy of his king. They shall break the country to bits, and I will not rescue it from their hands. So I tended the sheep meant for slaughter. For those poor men of the sheep, I got 2 staffs, one of which I named Favor, and the other Unity, and I proceeded to tend the sheep. But I lost the 3 shepherds in 1 month. Then my patience with them was at an end, and they in turn were disgusted with me. So I declared, I am not going to tend you. Let the one that is to die, die, and the one that is to get lost, and let the rest devour each other's flesh. Taking my staff Favor, I cleft it in two, so as to annul the covenant I had made with all the peoples. And when it was annulled that day, the same poor men of the sheep who watched me realized that it was a message from the Lord. Then I said to them, if you are satisfied, pay my wages. If not, don't. So they weighed out my wages, 30 shekels of silver, the noble sum that I was worth in their estimation, the Lord said to me. Deposit it in the treasury. And I took the 30 shekels and deposited in the treasury in the house of the Lord. Now, please remind me what was my $5,000 challenge?
That Jesus uniquely fulfills the prophecy.
Show me one prophecy, any
Sure.
prophecy of the Messiah,
Of the Messiah.
of the Messiah that. Okay, so where here did you see anything related to the Messiah?
I did not check,
There was nothing related to the Messiah.
but I agree. Right, so that makes sense.
And it's like the 30 shekel story. I mean, like,
Backwards as well. The roles are reversed, which is
it's beyond that. It's like okay, we have a story in the Gospels about like being Judas selling him for 30 shekels.
right.
Could it possibly be that number 30 shekels was in fact from in the Gospels taken from this as opposed to like the other way around? Like,
Yeah.
come on, you're not even trying, Richard.
So I said that was the most interesting. So we could quickly go through the others. You talk about. I heard you talk about Isaiah 7. What's going on in Isaiah 7:14 about the virgin birth?
Okay,
Well,
I have a question for you. Have you read Isaiah 7?
I
Richard?
read it earlier today. It's
Okay.
let me pull up my. Because he sent me a screenshot, so I don't have entire context. Which is the son of Emmanuel. Again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, asked the son of the Lord your God, will it be deep as Sheol or high as heaven? But Ahaz said, I will not ask, I will not put the Lord to the test. And he said, hear that, O house of David, it is too little for you to weary men, that you weary my God also. Therefore the Lord himself will give you a son. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel, etc., etc.
No, not etc., etc. Keep on reading.
Here, he shall eat curds and honey when he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the boy knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land whose two kings you dread will be deserted. The Lord will bring upon you and upon your people and upon your father's house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Israel.
Okay, so what's going on here is Isaiah is giving Ahaz a sign about a child that's about to be born.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, was that child born of a virgin, Richard?
Yes.
Okay, so now we have two virgin births.
Right. Okay. And so, right. So, right. The prophecy has already been fulfilled.
I mean, so what you have to do is what Michael Brown does, which is split two and make the virgin part about the future and say that the child born during the time of Ahaz was not born of a virgin. It's like, hello, I'm sorry, it's like,
yeah.
How is this even an argument?
I don't think it is. When I received your challenge, I did not try. I tried a little bit because I was a bit curious, but so I figured what you would do is pull up historical examples that do fulfill them that are not Christ. But then what you did was just say they're not messianic.
Well, I mean,
or
it depends
some
what
of
you
it.
bring. It depends what you bring.
Right.
But
Right.
the fact is, I mean, there's nothing there. It's just like
Yeah.
you would think like Christians are constantly saying Jesus fulfilled the law, right? What did he fulfill?
I ask myself that every year. What did he fulfill? Well, I mean, this gets into. Well, so what would Father Stephen? Because like what's running through my head is that, um, so in the first place, the law never applied to Gentiles, and then two, Father Stephen seems to be saying that there's a continuity between Judaism and Christianity, such that the law is not abolished with Jews. Right. So
Yeah.
if it's not abolished, then what does Christ mean by fulfillment? I guess like you would say that he lived in full accordance to it without ever transgressing it. And in that
Well, I
sense.
mean, I would say, and in fact, Father Stephen also says many people have done that.
So that's why I said without transgressing. So is anyone? Well, I guess there are people who have not transgressed. Okay.
So the example I usually give is Enoch. Um,
Right. Sure.
all we know of Enoch is that he he did nothing wrong. Now, honestly, in Judaism, we have this belief like to be human is to miss the mark of being godly. It's just a
Sure.
given, and so like honestly, it's like so. Fraud says when Abraham bargains with the Lord at Sodom and Gomorrah, the text seems to draw attention to the number 10. Does this get discussed that you know of, connected to Minyanim maybe? We do talk about the Minyan, but also apparently there were 5 total cities, and when he was talking about God, he was saying there's at least 2 people in each city. So that's what the Midrash says the number 10 comes from. Sack says, when John the Forerunner asked that question from prison, Jesus responded, what do you see? The blind see and the lame walk. I mean, miracles are not a proof of anything. See
Right.
Deuteronomy 13. Like, just because, would you say everyone who can cure even miraculously, right? You wouldn't say that Simon Magus, right? Simon the magician was
Fulfilling the law.
yeah, and like Jesus says, there are those who will say to me, "Have we not healed the sick and raised the dead?" And I will say, "Get away from me." So
let me pull up it offer through it. Now I want to come back to that because this one is interesting.
let me answer
Go ahead.
fraud. I think Rashi talks. Rashi there brings the midrash, and there's plenty of. A lot of the translations will give you the exact place where where Rashi gets things, so it should be easy to look up. It was kind of a non-answer from one point of view. I mean, honestly, like, not one of my favorite parts of the Gospels. Go ahead, Richard.
Zechariah 9:9.
Zechariah. Nine. Rejoice greatly,
So
fair
this.
Zion. Okay, how many
Well,
people?
so
How many people rode in on a
I don't
donkey
know.
into
That's why.
Jerusalem?
That's why I'm asking you. Well, so
Um,
did any kings do it? Because sure, people rode it on donkeys, but did any kings do that?
well, I mean, the idea that Jesus is the king because he did that, like,
No, that's not the idea. I don't think. I mean,
I
this
mean,
was a because we discussed Luke today,
uh-huh.
and like one of the questions I had was like, where does Jesus' kingship come from? Where does the idea of that come from? And so part of it is the tradition, if you want to put it that way, that he came from the line of David. And so I guess that's how you would do it. But so I'm not saying that this is a proof of Jesus' kingship. It's that the how would you say that? That the presence of the king is indicated by him coming in on a donkey into Jerusalem.
I mean, so the idea is that when the Messiah comes, he will ride into Jerusalem on a donkey, whatever that means.
True.
Exactly. Um, the fact is, it's like it's it is a prophecy of what will happen, but
Okay.
it's not like it's something that I could when next time we go to in February next year, we're planning a trip to Jerusalem. Like if I were to ride into Jerusalem on a donkey, and I guarantee you there are people willing to rent you donkeys to ride into Jerusalem with. Like, would that make me the Messiah?
Well, so this how do you say this? Like so if I don't think the prophecy is saying that, and this has been questioning your question. So it's like if because one way you could view the question is
Whoa!
Father Stephen. Oh my goodness, it's an honor to.
My name was said 3 times, and I follow Beetlejuice rules. So
Oh my goodness!
Wow!
So
I did not expect. I did not expect expect Father Stephen.
and me neither. My goodness.
at Q,
So-
nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition joke.
So, what made you join Father Stephen?
Well, aside from Beetlejuice rules, I wanted to weigh in on this fulfillment thing
Okay.
and save a bunch of people some time trying to fulfill your challenge because they won't be able to.
Oh.
That wasn't the back of my mind, just to be sure.
Father Stephen, there are people who are now going to call you a heretic.
Well, I can explain. Let me explain why.
Okay.
Because you have set the terms of the challenge carefully. Right?
You would think for $5,000 I wouldn't be like. Yeah. And I have to say, it's not my challenge. It's a challenge rabbis have.
Sure.
done many
yeah.
times.
I have some challenges out there too, but I'm way too Dutch to put any money on them. So and here's the thing I really wanted to weigh in on in terms of what Richard was asking. So what's going on with the concept of fulfillment, for example, in St. Matthew's Gospel, is not the way it's commonly talked about by American Christians. Shall we go ahead and say Protestants? So, and you and I both know, Jacob, that what Hebrew prophets primarily did was not predict the future, right? That was not their primary task or job description, right? So looking at prophecy as, well, this prophet predicted this was going to happen, and look, now it happened, right? Is kind of missing the thread, right? For the phenomenon of prophecy. And I don't think that's what the New Testament authors are doing either. So what, and St. Matthew's Gospel is really good for examples of this. You already brought up the Isaiah 7 example. Out of Egypt I have called my son is another example of this, right? Where if you're looking at it from that perspective, then you're absolutely correct that would be taking it wildly out of context and would make sense to no one, right? As a sort of prediction of the future and fulfillment. So the word that's translated fulfilled, the Greek word, that's a very literal translation. It means to fill full, right? To take something and fill it up until like to overflowing. And so what St. Matthew is doing is he's taking patterns of the way in which God acted in relation to his people in the Hebrew scriptures. And he's saying that these things we see in the life of Christ are sort of the ultimate example of that pattern. And of course, you could disagree with that, right?
No, I mean, this is the
yeah.
Midrashic. I don't know if you were listening when I was explaining Midrash, and I gave the pomegranate example.
I heard only little bits of that. I was on my way out of teaching my own Bible study. So.
Okay, so I mean, this is the thing, and the Midrashic explanation that people have started giving of the Gospels and Paul are certainly a lot more in line with Judaism, which is this idea that okay, so like when we see when we look at things in the Bible, we can give an expression of those values in a way that is memorable and sweet and meaningful, right? So the example I love to give is, paro is the same letters as ha'oref, right? And so what Hasidic philosophy teaches is that the point is to take what is in your mind and take it through the straits, Metzarim, of Pharaoh, of your neck, into the Eretz Rachava, right? The broad land, which is your emotions, right? And that's Moach Sholet al Halev, your mind controlling your emotions in a manner of godliness, right? And that's a beautiful drasha, right? You take things which the Bible already teaches and you give beautiful expression to them, and that's a beautiful thing. But you can't use these types of drashas to come up with tenets of faith. With this is how we teach and explain those things which the Torah gives us. They're not how we derive that, and differentiation makes all the difference in the world.
Right. But so, for example, when St. Matthew uses "out of Egypt I have called my son," right? I don't think he's teaching any new tenet of the faith. I think he's making a comparison between the way in which God protected Israel, the man, and his family by bringing them into Egypt and then bringing them back out, right? Protected them from the famine and then brought them back out. A comparison to Jesus and his family being brought into Egypt to protect them from Herod and then brought back out.
Okay, so
I mean,
last night, last night, Dominique Vanderclay was in Los Angeles, and Richard and I went and saw him. And Dominique Van Donk, who is another former CRC pastor, I don't know if you've met him, gave a beautiful expression to this joke I really love, which is a pastor is teaching Sunday school, and he goes, "What has 4 legs, lives in a tree, and stores nuts for the winter?" Nobody answers. Calls on Timmy. He says, "Timmy, what has 4 legs, lives in a tree, and stores nuts for the winter?" And Timmy says, "Well, it sounds like a squirrel, but I'll say Jesus." And ultimately, like, the ultimate form of eisegesis is I see Jesus, which is what Protestants really constantly do with the Bible. And I mean, I know that Jewish counter-missionaries have certain places where they will show people and be like, "So is that Jesus?" And they'll say, "Yes, obviously that's Jesus." And it's like, you look in the context and it's some horrible person doing some horrible thing, right?
Yeah.
And so this, if you're going to go look for Jesus and confirmation bias, right? But what are we actually talking about? We're talking about Christians, certainly when they're coming to missionize to Jews, trying to tell us that, okay, the life of Jesus means that Judaism needs to fundamentally change from how it existed before Jesus showed up. And my question is, where do you get that? How do you get that? What is the justification for that? Because if it's in the 24 books of the Bible, I want to know.
Right. Well, and so the question there, and this is, obviously our discussions are in a different place on how fundamental that change is, right? And how much, right? So if you're coming from especially a low church Protestant perspective, then yeah, that's a fundamental change. That's jettisoning the whole thing and starting over. But I don't think that's, obviously, I don't think that's where Christianity originally was. But I also don't think, on this topic, I don't think St. Matthew is saying it didn't ever really refer to Israel. This was really about Jesus. Any more than I think, when I teach Isaiah 7, I pointed out to people that all this arguing about Alma and Parthenos is a waste of time on 23 different levels.
So, because was that child born of a virgin too?
No.
I mean,
no, the whole point is, this woman's about to have a baby, and before the baby is fully aware and knows what's going on, the Syro-Ephraimite war will be over. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. In Isaiah, that's what it's about, right? But I think what St. Matthew is saying is, hey, remember how at that time the birth of this child was a sign to everyone who saw it that the deliverance of Israel was near.
It's a drush.
And he's saying in the same way, when Jesus is born, this is a sign that for him, because he believes Jesus is the Messiah, the deliverance of Israel is near. Okay,
but and this is where I haven't really started pushing back, which is I don't know if it's Matthew. I don't know who it was, who says that the Jews didn't recognize Jesus, right? And then
That's
we get
usually
into
St. John's Gospel.
okay.
He's usually the one who talks. Yeah.
Okay, so like, what was there
Yeah.
for us to recognize exactly?
Well, so what St. John's doing as a running theme in his gospel is, in this, there's some stuff about this in my dissertation. So there's been a reconsideration of St. John's gospel. If you go back to the early 20th century, like Rudolf Bultmann, critical scholarship, they were all saying it was Gnostic.
Okay,
Right? That it wasn't Jewish
I
at
don't
all.
know much about this stuff, but okay.
Okay. It was Greek, da 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 da. Then we discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls. Right?
Yeah.
And like so many things, right, got reappraised, and now a lot of people argue it's one of the most Jewish gospels. That it comes out of a community of Jewish Christians, essentially. Right?
I'll tell you my theory. I think it was originally written by a Jewish person, because I do see and James Tabor gave this analogy, which is much nicer than mine, which is that you can see the pebbles of Jesus's teachings and the Judaism, like the Jewish Christianity underneath the river, under the water of the Gospels, and I would say, I mean, for me, I can see the Judaism through the crayon, but what I see is, it's like somebody's taken crayon to
right.
teachings which are very Jewish.
Right. So I think specifically with St. John's Gospel, what's going on is that he's involved in a conflict. I think this is borne out even more in 1 John, but it's present, very much present in the Gospel too, between Jewish folks who don't accept Jesus of Nazareth as the Messiah, and then St. John's community that does. And that the rhetoric against them is essentially, against the Christian Jews, is that they're essentially bad Jews. Right? They don't get it, right? They don't understand it. And so there are significant segments. We talked about one of them last time we talked, right? With the "We were never slaves." There's significant sections that are presenting the Jewish opponents of Jesus as sort of bumbling fools who don't understand Judaism. Right? And that's sort of a counter strike, a counter propaganda. No, you guys are the ones who don't understand the Torah. If you understood the Torah, you'd be with us, right? you'd accept Jesus, right?
Okay,
and the other
but
side saying
that-
the same thing the other way, right?
That goes back to my question. What
Yeah.
exactly is there that, I mean, we Jews today are missing? Like, how does
I don't think
what am I not getting in that I don't think Jesus is the Messiah?
right. So, well, this is in one sense a different question now. Because at the time, this was a question of, this is a person who they'd met, right? This was a person who had lived relatively contemporaneously, right? And so that's different than the two of us talking 2,000 years later, right? So if you met Jesus in person and still didn't think he was the Messiah, that would be a different situation, right? You see what I'm saying?
So this is the funny thing. So this picture, which isn't fully there, is a picture of the Rebbe, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, which many people who did meet him are still. I know people who are absolutely sure he is the Messiah. And a question that many Christians ask is, so how come these people are still Orthodox Jews? And if somebody says Jesus is the Messiah, you kick them out of the synagogue, and we do. And it's a touchy question, kind of, because honestly, if all they believe is that Jesus will be the Messiah, that's not a firing offense as far as things go within Judaism. But that's not what people mean when they say Jesus is the Messiah. They mean he is God and we should pray to him.
Well, we could put a pin in that for a second. Before we go back to that. No, before we go back to that, because I do want to talk about that. There's something you said on a stream a few days ago that I want to come back to. That's related.
You're listening to way too many of my streams for comfort.
Was honestly, a lot of times it's either I'm driving or when I'm writing, I have it on in the background.
You can write and listen at this.
Bro,
I have to.
You write faster than I can read. I am still trying to catch up with everything you've written.
I have to if I try to write in total silence, my mind wanders. So I have to have a couple things going on at the same time. But that's just my weird ADHD or whatever. But if you asked one of your friends who believes that the Rebbe is the Messiah, and you said to them the same question you said to me, what am I missing? Right? To not know that he's the Messiah, what do you think they would say?
Honestly, so at least in Chabad, it is an absolute given among the people who aren't crazy that this is just no, and I'm not even joking, because there are crazies, especially certain people will parade out who are like, oh no, this is obvious and you should know it. And among the people who aren't crazy, look, I never knew the Rebbe. I never met him. I now I'm sure that if the Messiah were to come during his lifetime, he would have been it. And I'll go even one further. You may have heard of the stirrings about this new Antichrist, the Yanuka. He's been bowling me over. I've been listening to his stuff. Wow, like as far as I'm concerned, Cheskat Mashiach. This guy could be the Messiah. And I mean, I never thought I would see such a person in my life. But these are private hopes of someone who is great, in fact, fulfilling those things that we wish will happen. And that is just very Jewish, to see someone who is a great person, who is an incredible person, and be like, God, like, is this it? And I think Franz Rosenzweig is best known for like putting these to words. And if that's all Christianity did and does, then, I mean, again, the way you describe Christianity to me, it's Judaism. I wonder when the Christians are going to turn to you and be like, who is this Judaizer? And you keep on telling me it hasn't happened yet. But like the Christianity you are describing to me is indistinguishable from people who may be wrong, but are not going to be excluded from the Jewish community.
Yeah. To finish that little bit of conversation, though, you notice what you said. You didn't say, well, they would make some argument from the Torah about prophecies that the Rebbe fulfilled, and that's why he's the Messiah. Right? Of course they wouldn't. Right? But so I think for the same reason, right, when you ask that to a Christian,
They shouldn't, or
oblige.
they do.
They shouldn't oblige.
Well, but they do.
So here's one question that hit me while reading Luke. What does Jesus say to the two men on the road to Emmaus?
When he's teaching the old the Hebrew scriptures, they open their mind to understand the scriptures.
I forget the wording, but it's something like he explains how it. Well, the wording is important, so I don't want
to. All the law and the prophets spoke concerning me. Is that what you're?
Yes, that concerning me.
Yeah. So this gets back to the thing I put a pin in. So that I wanted to talk to you, Jacob, at some point. So you were talking about. I don't remember how long ago this was. Time dilation, but you were talking about the, I believe, Hasidic interpretation of Genesis 1:1, right? With the ...
That's not just the Hasidic one. That is considered
broader
Lurianic Kabbalah.
Okay. I guess between
Bereshit
and Bara, or between Bara and Elohim. Anyway,
no, between Bereshit and Bara. I mean, it's in subject verb, not verb subject.
Right. Yeah. It's the verb and the subject are reversed from English. Yeah.
Yes. And the etz Hashemayim ve'et haaretz. That etz is not the direct object marker; it's the preposition.
Can you
the heavens and the earth?
Can you quickly restate the non-technical?
Sure. So
I remember
there is a hyper literal translation of Genesis 1:1, which the Kabbalists make, which instead of "in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth," it reads, "In the beginning, ... created God with the heavens and the earth." That at the beginning of creation, the first thing that needed to be created was this concept of God, because once you have a word God, you're moving from essence to emanation.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not going to go to the New Testament yet.
Okay.
I'm going to go to our friend Philo of Alexandria.
Okay.
Who takes a similar line and he calls that God, right? Or whether you want to call that hypostasis of God, that emanation, however we want to characterize that, calls that the Logos, right? Calls that the Logos.
Right.
And it is
John 1 is thoroughly Jewish.
Yes, yeah. Have you ever read or heard Daniel Boyarin's lectures on John 1 through 18? They're fascinating. But anyway, he gave them at Harvard, of all places, at the Harvard Divinity School. That's to Christians.
I have to wonder
Harvard
if
Divinity School.
I have to wonder if I will not find them infuriating, which I often do with academics who take Judaism and display it. Let me put it this way. When I see a Torah scroll laid out, and I've seen many places, like in a museum, like the Torah scroll is just laid out, it's jarring. It is.
Yeah. This is just him working with the text of St. John's Gospel, right? So it's a Christian text, not a but he's interpreting it from a Jewish perspective, right? So and Philo's doing a similar thing, right? So this is important in terms of, and this gets into, of course, also the monarchic Trinity, right? That when we say Jesus is God, we're saying it is a predicate and we're saying that he is in particular that God, right? That he is the Logos, right? The incarnate Memra, right? Which is a different claim, right? And very quickly in early Christianity was disambiguated from the idea that he is the Father, right? And so you may already have this from Bo Branson, but because Doc Branson mentions this a lot. But the way this is done in the Greek in the New Testament is with the article.
Hotheos.
So whenever it's otheos, right?
Hotheos. Yeah.
That's referring to the Father.
So,
And
I mean,
that's
yeah.
never used for the Spirit or the Son, right? But so and it's because of that, because of this idea that Jesus is the Logos incarnate. That's what connects him to all these patterns. The patterns of God's interaction with the creation is because he is that, right? And so these when St. Matthew and other New Testament writers point to those patterns, it's not to sort of say, well, that original meaning was bogus, forget about context, forget about, right? And it's not to try to shove Jesus back in there, right? Like, or as Nietzsche said, every time a Christian sees a stick or a twig in the Old Testament, they say it's the cross, right?
Okay. Yeah, I see Jesus. Yes, I see Jesus.
Yeah, so it's not trying to do that, but it's trying to elicit these patterns and then show Christ as the fulfillment of these patterns. And this is huge in Orthodox theology.
So I was
listening. St.
listening.
Maximus the Confessor.
I was listening to Bishop Maximus talking with John Vervaeke. Did you listen to that?
I haven't
interview?
yet.
You
I haven't yet.
You certainly should. You certainly should.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna have to pay full attention to that, I think, though. That's not having on in the background.
So, and while I was listening to that, I mean, look, there's so much I could say here. The monarchical Trinity. So, one thing I've been trying to make clear to people is the mistake that Muslims make in their monotheism is as much mistaken as the monarchical Trinity. And like Muslims hearing this have been losing their mind because it is there are people who want to have a monotheism in which human beings cannot be called God in any way. And that is a rejection of Judaism. That is a clear rejection of Judaism. The idea that human beings represent God, right? And I keep on pulling up the background to my, like, the fact that human beings represent God is not Christianity. It is Genesis 1 and keep on going.
Yeah.
And
imaging is a verbal idea, is how I talk about it a lot. Yeah.
And so for me, and again, it goes back to monogenes, and I mentioned, I've been mentioning in some of our Bible studies. By the way, Jason is the other guy who does the Bible study with me usually. He was a bit late, and
yeah.
but
started a job. No, I rushed home. Sorry.
It's all good. But so if and this is the thing: if you're translating monogenes the way you seem to be, which is yechidi, the same way that Isaac is ben yechidi, and
Yeah.
right,
Yeah, that's how the Septuagint translates it. So 73rd century BC rabbis agree with me.
the so it's like, again, you are not presenting a Christianity which Judaism has any fights with.
No, I mean a couple.
Well,
But-
yeah,
no, honestly,
Oh,
So
like,
just to be
the-
clear,
yeah.
the only place the fight would be, and I guess you wouldn't call it a fight, is the idea that the monarchical Trinity is technically wrong, but it's not a fight because of why.
So
right.
the
There'd be
problem
disagreements,
with
but not fights. Yeah.
Sure,
yeah,
sure.
it would yeah. So what's the thing? The distinction people make about error versus heresy. You know,
Sure.
you can be in error without being a heretic,
Here,
right?
so it's just
Yeah.
like they can have theological disagreement. Yeah.
I mean, it might. Look, the privileging of the number three, in particular, as opposed to echad and rabim, right? So, like, we take, lo yachlu ahava, lo yachlu mayim rabim, lo yachlu lachabot et ahava, right? The waters of the many cannot quench love, right? We take that very seriously, and this language of one and the many, right? And to reduce the one and the many to the one and the three is already something that is theologically not acceptable within Judaism, I would say, because of scripturally, like, if you pay attention to where it says Rabin in Tanakh, like, the one versus Rabin, it is an absolute theme that once you see it, you can't unsee. And so, yeah, I have a problem with 1 and 3 as opposed to Echad and Rabin. But that's not the same thing as saying that Christianity is Avodah Zarah. That it's idolatry, which would be prohibited even to Gentiles, but certainly to Jews, as opposed to, oh, you're not getting this little detail perfectly correct. Like, that's completely apples. It's beyond apples and oranges. It's apples and a chair.
Right. Because, well, yeah, there's no, correct me, because obviously you know more about this than me. I don't know of at any point where, like, Philo of Alexandria, who we mentioned earlier, was declared a heretic within Judaism. Has he been repudiated at any point?
I don't know that he's been repudiated, mostly because I had never heard of him until Christians started mentioning him. I honestly, I mean, the thing is, he was so early. There are, you know what? I think there are people. So the Mishnah in Sanhedrin, Perek Chelek, that talks about Svarim Chitzonim, right? Somebody who, a heretic is somebody who reads outside books, Svarim Chitzonim. There's a debate about what that is, and there are people who would say that, I know there are people who say Philo is what it's referring to.
Okay. So maybe. Right. But because he basically, I mean, it's not the Orthodox idea of the Trinity, but he kind of has a Trinity, right? He has God and his wisdom and the Logos, right?
Well, I mean,
so
okay.
And that's not, I'm saying, that's not outside the pale of Judaism, the way he has it, at least. I don't
Well,
know.
I mean,
Maybe
when we
that's
talk
vegetarian.
about the Sephirot, right? When we talk about the Sephirot, right? They are, in a sense, God. You know, wisdom, chokhmah, binah, da'at, right? Each of God is love, love is not God type thing. So, yeah, I mean, there is far less of a fight.
Because when you say 1 and 3, right? I
Yeah.
mean, that's really the egalitarian Trinity, also.
Maybe, but
When
when
we
you have
say
three canonical, so this is where I think sometimes when I'm reading you or listening to you, you seem to be disagreeing with Bo Branson, which is he believes he seems to believe in three canonical hypostases. The Father is a hypostasis. The Son is, and the Holy Spirit is. Whereas you seem to be talking, the Father is essence, and and the Son and the Holy Ghost, and I guess this gets into the Filioque, are hypostases in a sense, and this goes back to not depicting the Father, right? And when you're making that fine of a distinction, I mean, is the Father is when you say that only the Father is ase, in a very real sense in Judaism, you're saying only the Father is God, which puts you squarely into what Judaism would say, many people in Judaism would say is not only permitted, but might in fact be ab initio, lechatchila, the conception of, and this goes back to something you said in your whatchamacallit, in your book, where it says that God apportioned to the nations according to the number of the tribes of Israel, and you said there's nowhere where the nations are apportioned 12. Well, that's not how we read that.
right, the 72 who went into Egypt. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so there is this concept that at least for many Gentiles, their relationship with God will not be direct. I sometimes put this like Jews are DC and Gentiles are AC, and that there is a relationship that is fundamentally different between the relationship that Jews have with God and Gentiles have with God. Like the chosen status of Israel is something that, I mean, the Bible teaches and Judaism teaches, and while I am reticent to talk about it, ultimately I'm not going to deny, just because people will lose their minds and get angry over it. I do believe there is a difference between Jew and Greek, woman and man, and free and slave.
Yeah. So 2 things on that. First, in terms of Doc Branson, and I can check with him and make sure I'm getting him in correctly. I think part of the reason it sounds different is I think there's a little bit of an equivocation on our part, not on your part, on our part, on the word hypostasis. Because I know he agrees with me that the Son is a hypostasis of the Father. the Spirit is a hypostasis of the Father, and not vice versa. Right?
I may be misunderstanding him, but if there is this concept, and there seems to be, at least with some Christians, that the Father is a hypostasis of the essential ineffable God.
Right. That's the egalitarian Trinity.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So part of the monarchic Trinity is rejecting that.
Wait,
And saying,
so-
no,
so
it's the
just-
Father. There's nothing behind the Father. There's nothing. St. Gregory the Theologian says it specifically. There is no essence behind the Father.
But by the way, since Richard is actually a catechumen in the Eastern Orthodox Church,
not yet. Not yet. I'm not.
Not yet. Okay,
An inquirer.
I was hoping you could at least get some credit, like we could for you catechizing him.
Well,
Put in a good word with somebody on his behalf.
well, Father John, you know, oh gosh, Father John, Trenham.
Father Josiah?
No, I'm at St. Michael's Orthodox Church. It's a Western Rite Anglican in Whittier, California. I forget Father John Fenton.
Father John Fenton?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know him.
Okay. Yeah. So he's
That's
my
his
pastor.
priest.
Oh, okay. He is a good man. I see him fairly frequently.
Okay.
I actually got to meet him. I went to church with Richard. Yeah.
So, but I wanted to clarify the egalitarian Trinity. Because I, in this office behind me, is the office of Dr. Fred Sanders, and I had office hours with him a couple of weeks ago. I was like, so what, like, I said the word egalitarian Trinity to him, or the phrase, and he was like, what is that?
Isn't he like one of the foremost experts on the Trinity?
Yeah. At least in Protestantism. But he knew what the monarchical Trinity was. But he seemed to, it seemed to him that the monarchical Trinity was the only conception of the Trinity. Do you know what was? Does that make sense to you, Father Stephen? Why that would occur?
Yeah. So egalitarian Trinity is kind of something that monarchic Trinitarians came up with as something to call the other thing. And you had to kind of come up with a term because on paper, for example, even though they accept the filioque, Roman Catholicism, they use these dodges like we accept the filioque in such a way that it does not contradict the monarchy of the Father. And you're like, well, I'm gonna add 2 + 2 in such a way that it does not equal 4, you know? So it's kind of this quasi-quidam weaselly thing they do with that. But so on paper, they accept the monarchic Trinity. On paper, a lot of Protestant denominations accept the monarchical Trinity. If you actually ask them to explain the Trinity, it sounds a lot more like the egalitarian Trinity.
So, and to clarify that, the way, so there's an essence. So you have God's essence, and then God the Father is a hypostasis of the essence.
Right. All three are hypostases of the essence.
Okay, so but in real monarchical Trinitarianism, God the Father is not a hypostasis.
Well, so he is not a hypostasis of anything. He is not of or from anything. So sometimes people will refer to the hypostasis of the Father or Father as a hypostasis because the term hypostasis is also used to mean person.
Right.
And so they don't want to say that God the Father is impersonal. They don't want to say he's like an impersonal essence, that he's the force or something. Right?
Right.
That's
Right. Sure.
and so that will be applied. But that's that equivocation I was talking about. That's the same word hypostasis being used, but used to mean something different.
So God the Father is both the essence and more simply a person. I don't know how to parse that out philosophically.
Right. Right.
But-
So when we say that when we say the Trinity is one in essence, that oneness is in the Father, the Son and the Spirit receive
Divinity.
their
Right.
essence from the Father. That's what it means, that they're hypostases of the Father.
Got it. And then
But there's nothing sort of behind the Father. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
So the first person to explicitly argue that it wasn't only the Father who is a se was John Calvin, amongst his many crimes.
So that and Ashe is what? Sorry.
Ase means that he has sometimes translated unoriginate in English.
Okay.
Uncaused.
Right, that he had uncaused. He has the divine essence in and of himself.
So, and you said Calvin says God the Father is not Ashe?
No, he says that the Father was Ase. He was the first one to say that the Son is also Ase.
Ah, okay.
In fact, he said his phrase was he said that the Son is theos, is God in and of himself.
Okay.
And
would he say that of the Holy Spirit as well?
Yes. So John Calvin was explicitly an egalitarian Trinitarian.
Wait,
if not a tritheist, right?
Right. So would Calvin say that Jesus is begotten? Because how would that work?
Yeah, so many Calvinists do not believe in the eternal generation of the Son. So they believe that him being begotten refers to him being born of the Theotokos.
That's Mary, Jason.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. So I'm pretty sure that I was brought up with whatever you just described that Calvin believed, and I'm pretty sure most of the Christians still personally interact with, like, the church I go to would probably, if I question them, they would probably affirm something like that. Like if I said Jesus, like God, they would say yes, and then they'd say whatever that word was you used, the O word. I feel like you guys are talking on another level right now. Trying to keep up.
It's just the Greek.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
No, it's good.
It's auto, like self, and then theos, God, right? He's God in and of himself. Yeah.
Yeah. So how did that that belief become so prominent then? Because that's what I always grown up hearing that.
Yeah. American Christianity is almost entirely derived from Puritan Christianity, which was Calvinist.
Okay.
The First Great Awakening, Jonathan Edwards, they were all Calvinists.
Yeah, because it wasn't until I think recently, like maybe last year or the year before, where I basically re-understood how the Trinity works, what everything it entails, and I feel like it's honestly, I feel like it's always right there. It's just people don't really wrestle with the propositions they're putting forth, because I feel like even with the Theotokos or things like theosis, once you really start exploring that, like what does that do to your idea of the Trinity? And that's what it kind of started to, I guess, reshape my thinking about it and everything. But,
yeah, one very common Orthodox definition of theosis is that we become by grace what Christ is by nature.
sounds legit. All right.
Okay, so can we trace back to why we got here? So, well, I guess we just got here to get a bit of the equivocation between you and Dr. Branson. So, can you go back there and restate that one more time? I think I grasped it. But what
Okay.
exactly is the equivocation?
So essentially, right? Pun, I guess, now intended because I'm aware of it. That's,
Nice. Okay.
that's, God the Father is simply God, right? When we say the Nicene Creed, we say, "I believe in one God, the Father."
Yeah. Sure.
Right? Those are Greek. Now, I don't know if you've studied Greek or how much, but those are Greek nominatives in apposition, right? That's identifying we believe in one God, namely the Father, right?
Right.
He is the one God, right? And then the Son, right? The Word, Christ, is begotten of the Father, so he's a hypostasis of the Father, right? Has his being from the Father. The Spirit, likewise, proceeds from the Father, right? It's a hypostasis of the Father.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in that sense, right, so the Father is not a hypostasis of either of the other two. He is not a hypostasis of any one or anything, right? In that sense, right? In the sense in which the Son is the hypostasis or the image of the Father, right? Or the Spirit proceeds from and is the image of the Father, right? The Father does not proceed. He is not begotten. He is not generated. He is not caused, right? So in that sense, he's not a hypostasis.
Yeah.
Hypostasis is also used, however, to mean person.
Got it. Yep.
Right. And so you will sometimes see people refer to the Father as a hypostasis in that sense.
Yep.
We don't want to say that God is an impersonal force, right? Or, energy field or whatever.
Yep.
Right? And so,
Yeah.
right, it
Yeah.
will sometimes be used, right, in that sense.
Got
And if you want the weirdest Calvinist variant, there was a guy named Cornelius Van Til, good Dutch name.
Heard of him. Yeah.
And he was looking at sort of the Calvinist version of the Trinity, and he realized there was a problem because he looked at it and he said, "We've got this divine essence over here, and then we've got these three persons over here." And he said, the divine essence now is like this impersonal force or something.
Right.
But rather than trying to go back to the monarchic Trinity, he just said, "Okay, well, the essence is a person too." So
What?
he said, "Okay, so God is one person and three persons at the same time."
So, Father
That is the
Stephen,
weirdest.
Well, that's what I was brought up taught. Like that's what.
Oh, really?
People would
Okay.
people would still tell me
Yeah.
that, and that's what was always frustrating me because then when you question it and you're like, well, how does this work? Then they just say, well, it's a mystery, and I'm like, okay, and then, but I mean, that's
Yeah.
really where it goes, and it was frustrating me for a long time, but
Yeah.
but it's still I could probably name off more people. Most people around me I would that I know personally.
Yeah. Now that I think of it, I had the same problem, and I think the problem came because the distinction between essence and person is not made very prominent at all. So you just get the language of he's one person and three persons, and that's all they give you. Right.
Yeah.
So
okay, so I'm gonna
right.
commandeer
Your channel,
my channel back.
Please.
Father Stephen, are you aware of this language of Adam Kadmon and Adam Rishon and the difference between them?
Yes. Well, I'm sure you know a lot more about it than me, but I know roughly.
Okay. And so the idea is that Adam Rishon is a hypostasis of Adam Kadmon, right? So Adam Kadmon is ideal man, and Adam Rishon is as he was instantiated in Adam and Eve, right?
Yeah.
And when you were talking about Jesus is by nature that which we by grace become, it reminded me of the distinction between a tzaddik and everyone else, right? So tzaddik yesod olam, right? And like the Talmud says, God saw that there were few tzaddikim, therefore he spread them out among the ages. But the idea that the tzaddik is in fact born with a nature that is not as tainted by sin as the average person. And that in a very real sense removes him from everyone else. And you know, one of the things people have been calling Jewish or kosher Jesus, this idea that Jesus was just a Hasidic Rebbe from 2,000 years ago. I personally find that very convincing, including what I would say is reading John through the crayon. What I would say is the reinterpretation of John, and frankly added in texts in addition to what I would, so I'm guessing you don't like the critical analysis that separates some things in John from older things in John, but it seems very clear to me that at least when you're talking about what Jesus says in the Gospels, as opposed to the framing of what he says, the interpretation of what he says by the authors of the Gospels, there's a qualitative difference in how Jewish that message is.
Yeah, I mean I don't know how to go out that without going at it point by point, which of course would take eternity. But I think the immediate example that comes to me is so horribly controversial that I will skip it. Sometimes when I hear you talk about what you see as the interpretation that's being given by the gospel, when you talk about the crayon, I disagree with what you're presenting as the interpretation. I think the interpretation is different. So that's what I mean when I say going point by point, right, in terms of what claim the text is actually making as a text.
Let me
I don't think it's as far afield as you do.
Let me introduce you to Chazi, because Chazi is one of the most important people in my life. Chazi lives in Jerusalem, and he was a Meishiv at Yeshivat HaKotel. And just to explain to people, because Chazi would never say such things himself, to be a Meishiv at Yeshivat HaKotel is somewhat akin in Orthodox Judaism to being an undergraduate who is teaching graduate course at Harvard. And so Chezi, despite himself, is actually much more well versed in Judaism than I am, and so yeah, I wanted to introduce the two of you.
Hello,
Good to meet you.
Father Stephen. I wanted to say that I've appreciated immensely the talks you've had with Jacob so far. I think it behooves both Jews and Christians to dig as deep as they can to their roots to better understand themselves and the religions around them. And I salute you for doing well, not your dissertation, but really just your whole mindset. I think is one that's very healthy, even if the conclusion doesn't necessarily align fully with where I am or where Jacob is. To me, these are all data points of how we are all orienting ourselves towards the right place or the right direction. And like Richard said, this could be ideally, this will eventually turn into a more in-house theological question than one that is between religions. But and like you said, Father, I think that it's really a point by point sort of situation, and you could see it live over here with Jason telling us, this is sort of how I grew up. I was told that 3 are 1 and 1 is 3, and it's a mystery, and it's difficult because as you express yourself, I can't help but think back at our history and think like how different it would have been if people were aware of these things, or how different it would have been if people were talking about these things or articulating themselves in a much clearer fashion. But then again, these are the mysteries of God, and it's very difficult, obviously, to unpack these things. So again, I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. And yeah, I as you were saying it, is as Jason was pointing out, I certainly don't like what I say when I hear Jacob talking about how he reads certain things in St. Paul or in the Gospels. I don't blame him, because there are plenty of Christians who will tell him that that's exactly what it means, right? So I mean, I don't in America especially, I don't blame him for seeing that. And so there are a lot of things. Why not just be super controversial? Jacob brought up the whole blood libel thing in St. Matthew's Gospel. I think that's a horrible misinterpretation of what's going on there in the text of St. Matthew's Gospel. But I can't deny that historically that text was weaponized against Jewish people, right? Like, and me pointing out how that was a horribly wrong interpretation doesn't go and undo that, right? Like, that doesn't make that all better.
That's true, but I think also the Jewish community needs to know when, and this is very difficult, and Jacob, you might shake your head, but we also have to know when to let go, because once we understand that those, like you just said, that text was weaponized, then, I mean, we also then at the same vein have to realize that the Vatican comes out in 2015 and says that the Jews don't necessarily need salvation through Christ. That's another thing that the Vatican came out saying as well. And we have to hold two of those things together, where there is that historical tension and there's a lot of bloodshed. But if we want to move forward, it requires to dig deep. There's a rabbi that says that we are two religions that are, or like two trees that are planted in the same pond, basically, they're saying, or they're absorbing their water from the same location. And at this point, after 2,000 years, and like you're saying, due to the misunderstanding of a lot of the texts, we would only know Judaism better if we better understand Christianity, or their interpretations of of many of these concepts, whether it's grace or whether it's your understanding of even the Holy Spirit. These are things that, while they're different than us in our understanding, we could learn from them, or we could use them to reflect back light at how we see certain things. I wouldn't.
This is what happens when Pezzi gets a call.
The deep state took him out.
He's on his phone, and right now he's in Israel. he's in Jerusalem. He's actually one of the most successful architects in Jerusalem because he refused to get ordained as a rabbi, but he's frankly, I think if you're having these conversations, he may not be as well versed in Christianity as I am, but he's certainly far more well versed in Judaism than I am.
Well, obviously, off of what he was saying before we lost him, as is obvious from like my books and stuff, I don't think you can understand Christianity without understanding the reality of first century BC, first century AD Judaism. That I think most of, including the things we've been talking about since I came on the stream, most of the way these things are gotten wrong from the New Testament is because people are coming at them with zero knowledge of Judaism and of the historical context of where and when they were written. So you end up with Martin Luther's reading of Paul.
But that was deliberate. I mean, when you look at the Nicene, I mean, I haven't read the council documents of the Nicaea, but I have certainly heard about their very deliberate break with Judaism. And Justin Martyr's, I read his debates with Trypho, whether or not that was Rabbi Tarfon is beside the point.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I think that's a Socratic dialogue where that's a fake interlocutor. But
I certainly seemed like a fake Jew to me. But there was a deliberate divorce from Judaism by Christianity. I mean,
yeah, especially once you get into the 4th century. Yeah. But I think that was a contemporary divorce at the time, not a retroactive one. And by that I mean, like I mentioned St. John Chrysostom's sermons against the Judaizers, where the reality was, in a city like Antioch with such a huge Jewish population, Judaism was more popular than Christianity among Christians to a certain extent, right? And that they were not coming to Pascha services at the Christian cathedral. They were going to celebrate Passover right,
okay,
at the synagogue. And he's having to yell at his people, what are you doing? You're Christians. You should be here, right?
So I mean, I have to say that this has repeated itself in history with the Messianic movement when the Baptists created Jews for Jesus and opened these synagogues that were outwardly Jewish and actually just churches, and as opposed to converting Jews to Christianity, what happened was they created the Noahide movement, which exists thanks to them, and many converts to Judaism. It's controversial, but several people have said it, and it seems true to me that there's a reason why Christian children are not taught Hebrew. Frankly, I think if Christian children were taught Hebrew, Christianity would be Judaized in at least the ways that you seem to be, to me, to be Judaizing it.
Yeah, I wish someone had taught me Hebrew as a kid. It would have been much easier to learn than when I was an adult. So I'd probably know it much better.
I think the founding fathers once had an idea potentially of having, having the official language of America being in Hebrew.
Yeah, this was actually discussed among the founding fathers. Didn't happen.
yeah, obviously. I think we have to keep we have to keep the history in mind too when we're talking about like Nicaea, where Christianity is coming out of being persecuted by Rome, not by Jewish people. Coming out of being persecuted by Rome. And so they're at a point following Nicaea where Christianity is trying to start building institutions. Right? They've already, to some extent, been separated from Judaism. They're trying to start building institutions and building a Christian church and setting up catechetical schools and these kind of things. And in major cities like Antioch and Alexandria, the Jewish community was there and had established institutions that had been there for centuries already. And so I think that's responsible for why we see so many Christians going to these more established, right, traditional things. And so a lot of that deliberate separation language is, I think, based on trying to begin to build those separate institutions. And you could say, well, maybe it would have been better at that point if there had been some attempt at reconciliation. That may be true. I don't know enough about 4th century Judaism to know if that desire would have been reciprocated at that time still or not. But I think that's what's behind it. I don't think at that point, because we've been sold a bill of goods on Constantine and that era of the church, right? Not only did they not go around killing heretics, there was an Arian church functioning in Constantinople for more than a century after the Council of Nicaea. They let the condemned heretics for more than 100 years have a church. Like right there practicing their heresy. And it was actually Nestorius, who was later condemned as a heretic, who shut it down.
Okay, so I mean, I know that Constantine is much more revered certainly among Catholics, but even beyond that for Eastern Orthodox. I mean, he is a saint, right? And
he's a saint for how he ended his life, not for how he lived his life. Which is an important distinction.
Okay,
Yeah.
so for me, like the idea that he waited until his deathbed to be baptized because he had some sinning to do. Okay.
That's a misnomer. That's actually not true. I know you've been told that.
I have.
But he had a baptism planned. He was about to begin an Eastern military campaign, and he wanted to get baptized in the Jordan. He had it all set up. The Patriarch of Jerusalem was going to come out and baptize him in the Jordan River on his way to go into battle, and that's when he got sick. And he never went on that campaign. And when it was clear that that sickness was going to lead to his death, they immediately did a baptism where he was in Constantinople. So he was baptized basically on his deathbed, but that was not the original plan. That was because his original. Now, going and getting baptized with a lot of pomp and circumstance in the Jordan, there are things you could say about that too, right? But that was his original plan, not a deathbed baptism. And once he was baptized, he lived for more than a month after that. And he refused to take off his baptismal robe. He wore nothing else for the rest of his life. He let his beard grow. He let his hair grow, right? He devoted himself to prayer for those last 30 days. And that's why we call him a saint, is that thing that happened there at the end.
Okay, so I have to ask, where does this sprinkling water and that being some sort of toiveling, like...
we don't do that.
I don't know. Jewish mikvah as opposed to... Okay, so, like, that's completely...
We immerse outside. 3 times. Okay. We immerse 3 times.
Yeah. I see.
I would think, if I was guessing, I would think it would come from the Leviticus, where Moses sprinkles.
Sprinkle?
And so I would think they would have taken that. Well, that's what my Bible says.
That was
He sprinkles.
blood,
I think he
though,
sprinkles
wasn't it?
blood. Yeah, yeah, he sprinkles blood.
Yeah.
But that would have been my guess. But I grew up in Protestant circles, so they would probably be like,
Yeah.
"Hey, we do this thing." But
the only thing I can think of on that is in some of the early baptismal instructions, they kind of talk about emergency cases.
Mm.
And they say, so ideally you want to immerse them 3 times in running water. That's the ideal, like in a river. If you don't have
So an
running
actual
water,
mikvah. Yeah.
yeah. If you don't have running water available, then you immerse them 3 times in still water, right? But even some of the early baptistries had it was like a stream flowing through it, right? Even though it was an indoor. And then some of them say if you don't have that, then you can get water and pour it over their head. That's still not sprinkling, but that's the closest I could find, like an emergency where you just don't have access to water. I guess you're baptizing someone out in the desert.
Well, no, I mean,
pour a canteen over them or something, but
these are things, in terms of toiveling, in going to the mikvah, right? So these are questions that have been continue to be important questions in Jewish ritual life. But yeah, I mean, yeah, don't know what to tell you.
So yeah, that sprinkling thing is a very Western, fairly recent, mostly. Well, I guess the Catholics do that now too, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
my grandchildren, or not grandchildren, what do they call it? What is what do you call that?
Your godchildren?
godchildren?
Godchildren, yes. Godchildren. They got baptized Catholic about 2 years ago, and they're still Jesus proclaimed.
Yeah. So we have a big horse trough that we use here.
Yeah, my Protestant church has like a hot tub thing, like a big rectangle, and they dunk here. But it's like all warm and stuff.
Yeah. So we still have the other stages though. So for example, a young couple in my parish just had a baby. So we do the naming prayers on the 8th day. I don't do an actual bris. They're Gentiles, but right, we do the naming prayer, naming prayers to give the baby the name, and then on the 40th day, I brought him into the church and took him to the altar, name him back, and then baptism comes after that.
Father Stewart, do you in the Eastern? Well, what archdiocese is your parish?
Antiochian.
Okay, in Eastern Antiochian liturgy, do you sense the altar?
Yes.
So this was one interesting thing that Jacob pointed out, because Jacob was like, he said to me, what did you say to me, Jacob?
We were talking about. So this is actually something that Yosef thought I should bring up with you, Father. While there were some heretics who had temple rituals outside of the actual Temple Mount in Jerusalem, this was in no way normative, and there's no indication that either Jesus or Paul or any of the early Christians found this an acceptable state. And the synagogue services, I mean, there were obviously synagogue services that Jesus went to and Paul went to, and those continued in complete separation from the temple ceremonies. And so this Christian, dare I call, Frankenstein of temple services and synagogue services, it's not a continuation of what Judaism was like before the destruction of the Second Temple. And we would say that the instructions on the interregnum of between the First and the Second Temple was the institution of the prophets for how Jews should act in the absence of the temple. And like, what is, I hate to say excuse, but what is the foundation for example, creating incense and censers and things which are properly restricted to the temple itself, and using them, if you are continuing the traditions of Jesus and Paul, who instituted these things after the destruction of the temple.
Right. So, it's pretty clear from the book of Acts that Christians continued to, the very first wave of Christians continued to go to synagogues. That's where St. Paul goes when he arrives in a city. He goes to the synagogue, but also to make use of the temple while it still stood, much to the chagrin of a lot of Protestants, but they very clearly did, including making offerings, right?
Sin offerings. So
Bible
the
says so.
brings,
Yeah.
The Nazarites
so.
bring, sin offerings.
So you're right. Obviously, this is a change after the temple's no longer there, right? And the way that begins is with the Eucharistic gathering, which starts happening on Sunday, on what gets called the Lord's Day. The Sabbath, still the Sabbath, in every language but English, pretty much, because we like to name our days after pagan gods. So on the Sabbath, they were going to synagogue. They were gathering on the Lord's Day for the Eucharist. And so what seems to have happened is that the Eucharist, from the beginning, and by that I mean from the earliest record we have of the Eucharist, which is St. Paul talking about it in 1 Corinthians, he says it's a sacrifice. He straight out says it. Again, much to a lot of Protestant chagrin. Because when he's explaining how it works, he compares it to the offerings at the temple in Jerusalem, and he compares it negatively, or compares it positively and them negatively, to what the nations offer to demons, right? And he talks about what they offer in the temple to God, what the nations offer to demons, and then the sacrificial offering of the Eucharist. And this is contained, we mentioned this, I think, in our first conversation, in the Greek of Numbers 10:10, right? That the offerings are described as memorials. And so it seems that once the temple is destroyed, now the Eucharist is sort of the last remaining sacrificial offering, right? Because that was not done at the temple. So there's no reason for the Christians to stop doing it when the temple's destroyed, right? And so as Christianity is able to develop, right, they say, well, how are we to offer a sacrifice? Well, the only instructions we have from God for offering a sacrifice come in the Torah, right? Like, there's not another set of, beyond like the words of institution that Christ gives. This is my body, this is my blood, which we repeat, right? So it begins to be offered in that way. And then, of course, when there's the split between Christians and the synagogue, we sort of take the synagogue service, Christianize it somewhat, and tack it onto the beginning. And that's where Frankenstein gets sewn together, I guess, in your metaphor.
Well, who's doing the
but
sewing?
I think that comes
there?
from the sacrificial nature of the Eucharist.
So who is doing the sewing there? Who is? I mean, is it the bishops? Is this the 4th century, 5th century?
Oh no, this is the end of the first, beginning of the 2nd century.
Okay.
Because Saint Ignatius of Antioch starts talking about the anaphora prayers, the sacrificial prayers in front of the Eucharist, and how those are composed. I don't know, you don't like hearing him called Saint Justin Martyr, so I'll call him by the Eastern Orthodox name, Saint Justin the Philosopher.
Well, no, I mean, I just did not feel any compulsion to refer to him as a martyr. Because yeah.
Well, we call him the philosopher, so he was that at least, right? He talks about the elements of the service, of the now sort of the rough order and very bare bones of the now combined service. So this happened pretty early.
So by Justin's time, you would say they're using censers and incense and stuff
middle
like
of the 2nd century. Yeah, they're definitely offering incense. The exact details of that, I mean, you can't prove.
But you would say that. Sorry, go ahead, Jason.
No, you go ahead, Richard. Well, I was just wondering why that's weird. I don't understand why that's a strange thing, because that just seems like an intuitive thing to me.
Well, so I was gonna ask, like, why don't the early Christians in the 1st century do it? Like, why?
Well, when the temple's there, they use the temple.
Right. Well, but you said that they of course you don't do the Eucharist at the temple.
Right.
So if it's a sacrifice, don't you need all of the Liturgical instructions for how to do it still?
Sure, but realistically, when you're a group of people who
well, I guess Jesus didn't do it. Is what you would say.
Yeah, but so Saints Paul and Barnabas come to your town in Greece and tell you about this stuff, and then say, come over to Lydia's house on Sunday morning, and like they don't have all the accoutrement,
Right. So then I guess to Jacob's point, like when the temple disappears for the Jews, they go into the exilic modus operandi. So why do the Christians? So I guess the answer would be the Christians feel the need to pick up the temple liturgy because they view the Eucharist as a sacrifice. But
I think so, and I also think there are Christian community, like the Christian community in Alexandria.
Mm-hmm.
Alexandria had this weird Jewish temple for a couple of centuries, and I mean it was weird. It was an obelisk. It was bizarre. And they tried to justify it by pointing to the verse in the Psalm that says there will be an altar of incense to my name in Egypt, right, in Mitzrayim. And so they're like, oh, okay, this is it, right? And of course, Qumran was doing temple stuff, sort of, too. So there were early Christian communities that were connected to some of those Jewish communities, even though they would later be considered heretics, right? Who, for them, there would have been less of a barrier to continuing those kind of things, right? For an Jewish Christian.
So this is Yosef's point. He says that even during their time, those communities were very fringe in Judaism, and like I said, they appear to have been fringe to the early Christians. Go ahead, Jason.
Well, no, I'm still confused at why this is a strange thing, because it just seems like a normal thing to me. Why you would, like even in your own house, you would dedicate a room to certain things that you set apart as holy. And then, if you sit down to read a book, if you read it by candlelight, it creates a whole different atmosphere. So it just seems like a natural thing people would do to me. Especially, like I could see in times of persecution, and when the temple's gone, you would say, oh, we don't need these things. But even in church, people wear suits. They dress up for a reason. You kind of almost mock people, the pastor in skinny jeans or something that doesn't bring some sort of offering or dresses up in some way. So I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm not tracking right, but it just seems like if you weren't being persecuted, if the pressure wasn't put on you, I don't know why you wouldn't just naturally, and maybe that's just kind of a pagan thing or something, but I would think you'd just be like, hey, I have this stuff, why not? I should offer it to God. Let's have this, there's this building here, let's create an atmosphere, burn incense in it. Even witches have altars that they burn incense on. They create space for, which is pagan, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah, but
Maybe not the
Jason,
best,
you know that Aaron's sons brought in a foreign flame, and that did not go well for them.
Yeah, Nadab and Abihu.
And exactly, and they burn, and Aaron's silence is indicative of him understanding.
What? Come on, dude. Seriously.
So
I need to hear this.
Patiently waiting the whole time, and then suddenly, no. But his point, Kazi's point is precisely the point. In Judaism, what we would say is that the temple services are things which are unique to the temple. We don't bring sacrifices. We don't, because believe Hosea says, right? Take with you words, and neshalma parim safatenu. We shall become whole through the calves of our lips, right? What the prophets taught between the first and the second temple was how diaspora Judaism was to deal with not having the temple. And so, yes, our services are not exact copies of what existed 2,000 years ago, but they are definitely a continuation, whereas the Christian way of looking at it, and frankly, it seemed to me that the book of Hebrews was a big contribution to that. In adding, that Christians believed they were in a different age, that the destruction of the second temple created a sort of reign of Jesus as the third temple, which completely changed how things were. And this is why, when it comes down to who is the continuation of Judaism as it existed during the life of Jesus and before, it's my little joke that's kind of not a joke. If you define Christianity as those who follow the religion that Jesus taught, the only Christians I know are all Orthodox Jews.
So I'm sorry I was cut off before, but I just wanted to say that post-destruction, obviously, all this gets sort of minimized and internalized into the individual, into the house. So the synagogue is called a mikdash me'at, like a small temple, and the dining room table in a Jewish household is considered like a mizbeach, like an altar. So you can't sit on the dining room table. You would so that it gets congregated around that. Obviously, we have our daily prayers, and this also has to do with purity laws, right? So now you don't have the temple anymore. That it goes. It's between the family, between the husband and the wife, and how they have to deal with that. So while other religions potentially decided to follow through or continue some of these traditions. Seemingly in Pharisaic Judaism, that was really, that was, once the temple was destroyed, that was internalized. And I would ask you, Father, if you are aware of the theory that, in the New Testament, all the rhetoric against the Pharisees are speaking to a specific group of the Pharisees, to the Shammai house of Pharisees, and not the Hillelian school of Pharisees where Jesus comes from. So a lot of the attack was, there was like a big, historically speaking, there was a split at that time between those two schools of thought, specifically with regards to salvation of the Gentile.
Right. Yeah. I think there's probably a lot of truth to that. The thing I emphasize two things. Number one, the reason the Pharisees are so significant is that they were the other group that survived the destruction of the temple, right? But also that the criticism is always not "you're wrong, you're heretics." Even for those Pharisees, it's "you're hypocrites." Right. One of the most important things for that is sort of the nuanced critique that Jesus gives, where he says, you tithe of mint and dill and cumin, right? You're out there in your herb garden cutting off a tenth, of all of the herbs. He said, but you neglect justice, compassion, right? These much greater things. But then what he says is, you should have done these while not neglecting the other also.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. Like you should have, right, all of these things. And so I see most of that criticism as sort of a refocusing, right, and an intensification. And I know Jacob still disagrees with me. Who knows someday? But I think that's what St. Paul is doing with the works of the law too.
Mm.
I really think you can make a case when he talks about the works of the law. He's not talking about keeping commandments or doing good works. He's talking about putting an overemphasis on the detailed elements of purity code that separate Jew from Gentile, rather than paying attention to those things if you're Jewish, and also the weightier things, right?
So Chazi reminded me of something which I kind of wanted to hook back to what you said about the Eucharist being a sacrifice and the Kiddush, because it really seems to me that the Eucharist is an extension of the Kiddush ceremony. And Chazi is absolutely right that we do analogize that to a sacrifice, to the mizbeach of at the Kiddush, an altar, and I guess it would be very foreign to Jews to have incense or anything like that. Partially because it's the Sabbath, but this idea that you're eating meat and you're singing and there's the wine and there's the salt and there's the bread and all of the components of in fact the temple service in a way at the Kiddush table. And I have to say, I am preparing somehow to get some Kiddush wine for that conference on Friday night. We'll have to do a little Kiddush. But
Can I invite you?
Are you coming, Richard, to the conference too?
Wait, is this the Trinity conference or a different conference?
This is the Lord of Spirits conference in October. Although, Father Stephen, we would love to have you. We're planning a conference in Jerusalem, February 24th, 2024. You're more than welcome to join us.
I will look into it, but that would be very difficult for me for a bunch of reasons.
February what, Jacob?
February 24th. It's going to be Purim Katan. So, yeah.
None of them to do with
Other-
you. All of them to do with Orthodox Church politics and all the approvals you have to get as an Orthodox priest.
Oh, to go to
To
Jerusalem?
go from, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I have to get
Okay.
permission from my patriarch, the Patriarch of Jerusalem.
Simply
bunch of
to
people.
go to simply to visit?
Wow.
As a priest, yeah. For me to go into another bishop's territory.
Oh,
We don't like
wow.
clergy wandering around.
You know, this is
Unattended.
really funny. A segment of my family converted to their Baha'i, and they have to get permission to go to Israel in their religion. Baha'i people are not allowed to live in Israel, so like it's been a difficult thing sometimes when family wants to visit, like just getting permission to stay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just Jerusalem. When I went and spoke in England last August, and I had to get permission from my metropolitan here and the metropolitan over there, and get everybody to sign off. So it's
Father,
even harder to go to Mount Athos.
Father, when you mentioned that Jesus is going to the Pharisees and saying, you're worried about like the tenth of your herb, but your actions basically, you're not. So how does that? Why are we not there still? Where do we go off? Where then like all these 613 get abandoned? Like, and I don't want to say get abandoned. Like you could potentially say that they get fully internalized, but where do we see that? Where do we get off the hook?
Well, I don't. So my read of St. Paul is that he's making the fairly traditional Jewish distinction most of the time that Gentiles aren't accountable to a lot of that. That those aren't directed to Gentiles at all. And so as the church becomes predominantly Gentile, I think that's a big part of that shift. And part of the issue, and I've talked about this with Jacob, a lot of it wasn't, I don't think, on the channel. I think it was conversations we had that weren't streamed. I think the biggest obstacle to Jewish Christians doing that now is that a lot of that has to be kind of practiced in community. And here's what I mean by that. So if I had an Orthodox Jewish person here in Lafayette who decided they wanted to become part of the Orthodox Church, while I would say on an objective basis that, yeah, they should continue to live as Jewish people, right? And follow those things. We don't keep a kosher kitchen at the church. Right, because
I understand, but do you see that as
so? Like I couldn't tell them like, okay, well, you can't eat with the rest of the church because you need to keep kosher, and we don't. So we're gonna make you this like exile, right? Like you're not really going to be integrated. That's the big obstacle. But there are there's an Orthodox priest who's Jewish who. He believes that as time goes on and as we approach the end of days, that there may be larger conversions of Jewish people, in which case there would be Jewish Christian churches that would be able to practice those things still in community.
Well, I read his book, right? That's he's the one who wrote Orthodoxy, Jewish, and Christian.
Yeah.
And so my question is, I mean, does he wear tzitzit? Does he put on phylacteries?
I don't know if he does at home. He might. He might. I mean, when he's at, because his parish is mostly not Jewish Christians. So he
Well, I
vested
mean,
in
yeah,
Orthodox
that
priests.
gets
But yeah, yeah.
that's why I particularly, I mean,
Yeah.
the tzitzit. So we know, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that Jesus wore tzitzit.
Right.
You know, the word crispidin, which is the Greek word for that's used regarding Jesus's garments, is the Aramaic term for tzitzit.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, yes, I understand the kosher food thing can get complex, especially incident at Antioch, all of that, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes down to tzitzit, right? If a Jew becomes an Orthodox Christian, if Paul within Judaism is correct, I see
Yeah.
absolutely no reason why that person wouldn't wear at least tzitzit.
Yeah, I would not. If that person were my parish, I would have no issues with that. That would not be an issue to me.
Fascinating.
So, Jacob, does that answer satisfy you, or would you want Father Stephen to exert pressure on the Orthodox Jew to follow?
Well, look, I mean, if
tradition?
Paul within Judaism really is Paul within Judaism, that he was simply making a distinction. And so it really bothers me when Christians call the laws of God cultural things, as if like me putting on phylacteries or keeping kosher are somehow, and this is really how the Messianic movement became completely divorced from Baptists. Was Baptists, when the Baptists created their synagogues, they meant they really went, you know, in China we would have a Chinese church, and in sub-Saharan Africa we will have elements of sub-Saharan culture, and so let's create a culturally appropriate church for Jews. But when people were actually in that synagogue, right, treating these things like tzitzit as if they're just a cultural artifact, that it's not something that is commanded by God, right? That's, I mean, how do you get from A to B? How do you get from you know, me putting on tefillin is somehow equivalent to somebody who's Chinese deciding to not eat with chopsticks anymore.
Right. And so part of this is there's a couple things here, right? So yeah, I would not say those are Jewish cultural things. I would say, you know, getting Chinese food on Christmas Day is a Jewish cultural thing. These are
Touche.
commandments in the Torah, right? So
That was funny.
But so the Orthodox Church at least has a very different view of the relationship between quote unquote culture, which of course the word culture even derives from the word cult. So, you know, the meaning has drifted a lot. And so that's reflected in the fact that we have Greek Orthodox churches, Russian Orthodox churches, Serbian Orthodox churches, right? Someone can envision in the future a Jewish Orthodox church, right? This issue of that there is essentially, so when you get to St. Paul, there already is a Jewish identity that's been defined by the Torah, right? And the worship of God, this already exists. There's also already a Greek identity, but unfortunately, Greek identity at the time of St. Paul is mainly focused around demon worship and pederasty.
Yeah.
right? So the Greeks love it when I say that too. So that has to change, right? And so one way of approaching that was, well, they just need to become Jewish, right? And St. Paul is saying, no, that's not how this works. They don't need to become Jewish. They need to stay Greeks. But being Greek has to come to mean something different. And so a Greek Christian identity gets forged, and that takes a couple of centuries. And it's messy, right? You read his letters to the church at Corinth. It was really messy, right? They were trying to bring all kinds of pagan things into the church, and he's having to tell them, no, right? And over again. But that gets forged. And so that's part of the reason why the Orthodox Church is such a mess in the United States. And there is no American Orthodox Church yet, because there is no, and this will make the Protestants upset at me, but they probably already are. So there is no American Christian identity.
Yeah. But by virtue of Protestantism.
Well,
the way
so to me, it's actually more difficult to forge an authentically American Christian identity than it was with Greek paganism, because the distinctions are so much more subtle and difficult to make. Because we've deceived ourselves into just thinking that American values are Christian. And
Father,
so
Jason, Richard, Jacob,
yeah.
See you guys later. It was a pleasure.
Bye.
Thank you so much for all you guys
Good
are
to meet
doing.
you.
We'll talk.
So that's a much more difficult distinction to make. And so what we have is, I'm the priest in an Antiochian church where we're doing things in Arabic, also some French, right? And English, right? And we're following the practices of that sort of Arab Christian identity that was forged over the course of centuries, or they're following the Greek Christian identity, while we hammer out, right, what this American Christian identity is going to be, and what a transformed kind of American culture looks like. To really transform American culture, we'd have to become an Orthodox Christian country, which I don't see happening in the near future, but all things are possible with God. But yeah, so there's still that hammering that's happening, right? But so because that's our approach to culture, I think that lets us look at the Jewish identity differently than the Southern Baptist, who just thinks cultures are interchangeable matters of food and clothing and that kind of thing that you just slap over the gospel, right? So, and you can see that very plainly, for example, in evangelical, the way evangelicalism addresses itself to music. They'll bring in whatever style of music right out of the culture with very little thought, right? Whereas we have all a cappella chant. And it's going to be in a slightly different style if you're in a Slavic church than a Byzantine church, but it's still going to be a cappella chant. It's still going to be different than, it's not just going to be, hey, right?
No electric guitar?
No acoustic
Well,
guitar.
What? No banjo?
No banjo, no blowing in a jug, no
God.
playing the washboard.
I'm
Even in Appalachia, which is where I was before.
I'm in a band. Well, I'm not in a band, but I'm trying out a worship band here at my own, where the band leader wants to have like dubstep EDM beats set to the worship music on backing track. I'm just so quietly saying, okay. But I have my Orthodox church on Sunday. That keeps me grounded, so I'm all good.
But yeah, if we have those Jewish Christian churches in the future, I would expect them to be using the style of chanting that you have in a synagogue service, right? With
I have a
scripture is
question.
read, that kind of thing. I would not only say that's permitted, I would expect that to be the case,
Right.
right? Like,
Well, it would be in Hebrew, and then there would be the cancellations, which are, traditional,
Yeah.
and we would say, ancient.
yeah, I mean that's what I would expect to happen.
Jason?
So resolved, we just need a lot of Jewish people to convert to Orthodox Christianity and take over the Patriarchate of Jerusalem and make Christianity Jewish again. It'll be good.
I don't see that happening
I don't
lest
either, but
there
it'd
be
be-
miracles. Yes.
Why is that?
Well,
Well, I mean, honestly,
variety of
if you
reasons.
just read this, it, like, I mean, I don't know.
well, I ultimately, I mean, there is a serious and real question about Israel as a nation of priests and as a people set apart. And, the fact is that I think as I understand early Christianity, in early Christianity, all the bishops were Jewish, not merely because they just happened to be Jewish, but because there was, and in Judaism, there continues to be an idea of a priesthood of Israel as a leadership role among the nations. And the temple, ultimately, yes, the other nations bring their sacrifices, but they bring their sacrifices to a priesthood of Israel.
Yeah, I still don't see why that means we couldn't take over the Patriarchate of Jerusalem.
Will all the priests and bishops be Jews?
Well, if there
Necessarily?
wasn't that kind of mass conversion, then yeah. Once you get the Patriarchate, he can ordain whoever he wants.
If you want to give me the Patriarchate of Jerusalem, I'll take it.
Well,
There's
so
some first
you-
steps, though. You have to go through. I don't think you're ready to take those steps yet.
Jacob, have you told Father Stephen about your Hasidic Christianity?
Hasidic Christianity, yes. So Hasidic, I mean, Neo-Hasidism has been spreading beyond the Orthodox Jewish community because honestly, like, yes, I come from the Hasidic movement within Judaism, and I believe that the teachings of Hasidism do propel themselves beyond Jewish bounds in a way that just Judaism itself has not before. And so I mean, but this comes from a very particular belief even within Judaism, and so it's hard for me to make clear that I am, already when I asked my rabbi to listen to our discussions and tell me if, like, I should delete my channel or not. He said, as long as you're not representing your views and as Judaism, as okay, this is what Judaism is. He thought there was value to these discussions that we're having, and that's a liberty that I, as somebody who doesn't have the beard and isn't a rabbi and can have discussions that, frankly, I mean, it's we're dealing with, if somebody is going to misunderstand me, either Christian or Jewish, that's a huge problem if I speak with any sort of authority, and I try very hard not to speak with any sort of authority because of that. And I mean, I think that constrains how freely Father Stephen, who is an authority and an ordained priest, can speak in a venue like this.
It should,
say
if I
all
were a
sorts of
wiser
things.
person. So I'm gonna have to. It's later, a couple hours later here where I am. I'm gonna have to get going so my wife doesn't get mad at me.
Thank you
Where are
so
you?
much
You
for
don't mind me
dropping
asking?
in.
My pleasure. I really just wanted to talk to Richard about the whole prophetic fulfillment thing, but
Thank you.
it's good to see everyone else too.
It was nice to meet you, Father.
You.
It was
It's
nice
good to
to
meet
meet
you,
you.
EJ.
Yeah. Yeah. So Father Stephen dropped in when we were discussing my $5,000 challenge.
Well, okay.
Oh,
So
yeah. Wait, what is this again?
Go ahead,
Because I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna beat this challenge. What is it again? Tell me.
So, Father,
Oh yeah, wait.
let me
I
tell you
remember.
what
I
Father
remember
Stephen
now.
had to say about the $5,000
Sure.
Okay, yeah.
challenge.
I remember that. I remember the $5,000 challenge. So you don't have to go through. Yeah.
Fa-
Tell me what he said.
He said, "Don't bother. You're not going
Yes,
to."
he did say that. He did say that. Which is that was
Well,
my sneaking suspicion.
but that's
Sure.
a good point though, because you shouldn't, right? Because you want it to be, because you want to actually follow Christ, and so you would want it to be a pattern. Like you wouldn't want it to specifically only apply to him. Otherwise,
Well,
you
no,
lose.
that's
Right.
so his thing was that, and frankly, I mean, so we discussed the Rebbe, and there are definitely, I mean, I have friends, I know people who knew the Rebbe and were convinced that he was the type of person who could be the Messiah, and they're still convinced that he is the type of person who could be the Messiah. And Father Stephen said, if you asked any of them why they feel that way, would they be bringing you Torah verses that he fulfilled? And it's like, no, of course not. That's just not what it has ever been about. When I talk about the Yanuka, I am astounded by the Torah that he teaches. I am bowled over by the holiness of um, both his great intellect, but also the content. If he was simply talking about things which weren't inspiring love and fear of God and charity and grace and good work. Good night, Sherry. We love you too.
Good night, Sherry.
Well, Sherry's on my time.
I know.
Yeah, she goes to bed early because she's a farmer.
I know.
She's
She's
a
got stuff
rancher.
to do.
Yeah. Oh, you asked where Father Stephen is. He is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Okay, that's right. That's right. He mentioned being in Appalachia, so
That was before.
yeah. That's what I meant. So
His parish is in Lafayette.
Oh, Lafayette.
Okay.
I thought Baton Rouge.
Well-
I'm sorry. Yeah, Lafayette. I'm sorry. That was my mistake.
well, what you were saying about the Rebbe, and who was the other guy's name?
The Yanuka. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying what draws Jewish people to that is not these prophetic scriptures they find in Torah that they can line up with them, but it's more about the spirit, the body, or something like that, right?
I mean, when you look at a puppy like that,
Yeah.
you feel love and at the beauty of it, right? And it's not anything rational and you can explain. It's just really cute to watch a puppy sleep like that. And
Yeah.
I would compare that in some small way to
Right.
being awed and amazed at the teachings of a great rabbi and having a hope that this person could be that person who finally brings that so the Mishnah says in Avot says it is not for you to finish the work, but that doesn't mean you are free to desist from it. And we have to live with that. We may not see the kingdom manifest on earth as it is in heaven, but we work towards it as best we can. And sometimes you see a glimmer of hope that maybe we will, in fact, in our lifetimes, see that kingdom manifest truly on earth as it is in heaven. And you get a whiff of that from certain people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's a completely different way of looking at it than, frankly, I think any Christian does.
Well, yeah, that's the reason I'm asking, because because there's one idea you brought it up earlier, and we didn't really, or at least I thought you were bringing it up, and we didn't really go down that rabbit hole. It's probably the best since Father Stephen was here. But you mentioned, because it seemed like you were kind of bringing up the sinless nature of Christ, and whether that's like a link in Christianity and things. But there's other things too that that within Christian circles, it's like, okay, see, here's this prophecy, there's the linchpin, that means he's the Messiah, there's this, there's that. And the reason I bring this up is because this was with the conversation, somewhat to do with the conversation I mentioned having with my parents. And I may have mentioned this to you already, where I brought up, I think I just asked my dad the question, well, how would you know that Jesus is the Messiah? Like, why wouldn't it be someone else? And he said, because of the miracles. And I was kind of a little bit shocked, and I was like, why? Like, that makes no sense to me. And then he was like, but there's a verse that Jesus says, if you don't believe me, then believe the works that I do. And to me, that doesn't necessarily mean the miracles or the display of power. Yeah, but a lot of Christians would say that. And so then it got into me saying, well, I do believe, I have no problem believing in the virgin birth, a virgin birth, 100 virgin births. Like, it just doesn't bother me. But it's like, it's in a lot of Christian circles, it's like Jesus has to be, like you mentioned, Jacob, it has to be this one virgin. He's the only virgin birth. There's the miracles, another thing like that. So all these things feel like, to me, they're not getting at the true heart of what the Messiah is or what God is. Because if it's just a display of miracles, then I'm just following just power, and I'm not following love, and it's terrifying at that point to me. The last one, the one you mentioned earlier about the sinless nature of Christ, the reason I struggle with that is because I feel like if I toss out a man actually living a perfect life, do I throw away an ideal to strive for? But I don't think, but part of the other side of me is like, that's not the ideal. Like, the ideal, and I think we mentioned this with Hezekiah before, the ideal is actually, like you mentioned with David, a repentant spirit. That is the ideal. Something like that. When you were talking about David has never sinned. Was that right?
Yeah, we get into, and that's why I asked Father Stephen about Adam Kadmon versus Adam Rishon, right?
Yeah.
There's ideal man, and then there is actual first man, and Adam Kadmon cannot be physical, cannot be material, because Adam Kadmon, because like the verse says, Ein Tzadik Ba'aretz Yaseh Tov V'lo Chata. There is no righteous man on earth who does good and does not sin, does not miss the mark.
I like that one. Yeah, see, I'm going to put that. I remember I heard you say that on another conversation I don't think I was in on. And I'm going to put that verse in my pocket because I want to bring that one up too. Because I mean, not just to you, but in like if I get in this conversation with other Christians, like I just want to say, like, what do we do with this then if there is no person who does not sin? Because to me, I don't think I have a problem if Christ had sinned. Like, I don't necessarily think that's what it's about, because then I don't understand the hope. The hope of theosis feels like you're talking about something unattainable, or it's like there is no.
Honestly, I mean, when you look at the Hasidic concept of a Rebbe, right?
Okay.
What does it mean for a Rebbe to sin? It means he misses the mark in his way of being a human, right? In being human, he misses that essential mark, right? Does that mean like he sins the way I do? No, it's a completely different thing. And in fact, I mean, this is really what Tanya, the which is the basic text of Chabad Hasidus, goes into, is there are qualitatively different what do I call a tafkid in English? Assignments which God gives us in life.
Yeah.
And to be such a person like the Yanuka or the Rebbe, who, like the Rebbe when he was 4 years old, everybody was like, look at this kid. Why is this kid like such a weird kid? You know? He was exceptional and different. And like, you can't compare that to a normal kid or and like, that's just, it's different. And it's not like God doesn't recognize how he made certain people different than other people, how he gave different capacities to some of us than others, and to those to whom much has been given, much will be required. And I mean, I sometimes call it God grading on a curve. It's not really God grading on a curve, but God grading with absolute and total omniscience, omnipotence, and infinite mercy and justice.
Right. So is that the kind of sin that the Rebbe necessarily has? Is that what you refer to with is it Adam Rishmon? What is it?
Oh, Adam Rishon as opposed to Adam Kadmon? Yeah. Okay. That's so. Adam Rishon misses the mark in a way in a way that is endemic to being malubash baguf, being contained within humanity. It says ein tzaddik ba'aretz asher yaseh tov v'lo chata. It says he does not. So chet is an archery term to miss the mark.
Right.
And there is a qualitative difference between a sin that is merely missing the mark and and our types of sins. You know, there are things I
agree.
think back on, and I'm like, I'm gonna burn for those,
Yeah.
and I am gonna burn for those.
Oh yeah. Same here. Touche.
Yeah, me too. A few questions though. Is there an eschatological idea in Judaism that you are regenerated or something into Adam Kadmon?
No. So Adam Kadmon cannot be physical. The idea is that in the Techiyat HaMeitim, in the world to come, in fact, so this is part of the arc of creation, right?
Sure.
Going through Ged Salmavet, the valley of the shadow of death.
Sure.
That there is something special in going through the dark, which once we approach that culmination, in fact, makes it so that our physical material being is elevated to a place that we could not have been if our souls had not been enrobed in the body, as Frodwith translated Malubash Baruch.
But your soul is still in the body at the pinnacle.
Oh yeah. So
Okay.
this is the thing of the bodily resurrection, right? That the bodily resurrection is something in which our body is in fact elevated to a point where it kind of inverts that idea of being in the body, being in a finite form, is a necessary darkness, but because of that darkness is a greater light, right? It says, Ra'iti Yitron HaChochma min HaSichlut Ki Yitron Ha'or min HaChoshech. I saw that the greatness of wisdom over ignorance or folly is like that of light from the darkness. And a midrashic understanding of that is that the greatness, Yitron Ha'or min HaChoshech, the greatness of the light is by virtue of the darkness.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that there is darkness, in fact, makes light greater in a certain way. That, in a similar way, the resurrected body is a soul that is enrobed in the body in a Jeremiah 31 Brit Chadashah, right? A renewed covenant, actual way, such that even the lowest shall know God.
But that would still be Adam Rishon because it's still physical.
Okay, so now you're confusing things, because Adam Kadmon and Adam Rishon don't necessarily refer to immaterial and material the way you're using it.
No.
Kadmon
No,
means primordial, not ideal. Kadmon actually means primordial, not
so
ideal.
so would Adam be Kadmon?
Say that again.
Would Adam be
There has never been, there cannot be Adam Kadmon. Adam Kadmon in an actual physical sense. What happens is that Adam Kadmon is the pattern in which Adam Rishon, actual Adam, was created. And in the resurrection, in fact, Adam is going to reach spiritual heights that are in a certain way beyond those of Adam Kadmon, of this immaterial ideal man.
Okay, got it. Okay. Well, because the way you were saying it before sounded Gnostic.
Right,
so
and I don't want. It is in fact a rejection of Gnosticism.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So that's why I'm asking all these questions. I'm pretty sure you're not a Gnostic.
I am not a Gnostic.
Okay.
I am very much not a Gnostic.
Cool.
We didn't do a beginning prayer to our thing, but that's because we were waiting for Jason. So
I'm so sorry I'm so late, guys.
I will never forgive you. Okay. So let's say a prayer, and it's getting kind of late, and
I should probably
later
go.
I'm gonna have to clip out the part where Father Stephen was here and make it a separate thing. Yeah. So, and it's all your fault, Richard. He only came on here to try to save you from Jacob deconstructing your Christianity for you.
He does that.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that, because I've actually noticed. So when I watched the Meyer Douglas Holland thing, I found myself being persuaded by Meyer, which was interesting. Of a more rational, like the necessity of a more rationalistic defense of God. And like I saw like the discussion I was having with you about fulfilled future prophecies and being in line with that, which was interesting. But yes,
We're wrestling a lot with propositional tyranny, and if you haven't watched the discussion between Bishop Maximus and John Vervaeke, the problem is too many people are, I think of the answer to propositional tyranny as a sort of rejection of the propositional completely, and that cannot be. We cannot allow everything to be about the propositional, but at the same time we cannot be unmoored from the propositional as a part of who we are and how we are.
Yeah, for sure. But I definitely am. Sorry, go ahead.
I just that sounds extremely complex to navigate. That sounds very difficult.
We're doing it.
Life is hard.
Yeah.
Okay, Jason, take it away.
All right, Father, we come before you right now. I just thank you for this time. I got to spend here with Jacob and Richard and everybody else that joined, and I thank you, Father, that I ask that you just bless them and pour out your blessings on their lives. I ask that you pour out your wisdom upon them. I ask that you open up all our eyes to see things that are new for us, and open up our ears to hear things. And Father, I just ask that you continue to lead us and guide us, and give us peace and patience and understanding with one another, to be able to have these conversations in more depth. And we just exalt you and give you praise and all glory and honor. In your name I pray. Amen.
And
Oh.
Roman totally missed this whole thing.
I missed that guy. He had to move across the world.
Yeah, he's in the
Thanks.
Philippines now.
That's where my parents met.
That's where my parents met.
What? That's crazy.
I'm half Filipino.
So the
Oh.
trip after Jerusalem is going to have to be to the Philippines.
Really?
What?
I'm joking.
You're going to
Oh,
okay.
I see.
I'm really looking forward to that. I'm trying to save money, so
Yeah, so I think that date is gonna land right on my spring break. So I think
Really?
it'll work out. Yeah. Feb
nice.
24th. Yeah, our spring break is really early. Surprisingly early.
So
So,
I do have a question for you, Jacob, though, about that. Because I know you and Hezi, and well, I guess Hezi maybe more, but you're trying to plan things and get things organized. I had a thought personally that I was thinking I might try to, if I could, I'd like to try to go a little early. We do like around Israel. That'd be totally cool. Just buy a separate plane ticket and then meet up with you guys when I'm there.
Well, yeah, it's definitely going to be separate, like plane tickets. Whatever the
Yeah.
program is, the idea people are going to get to Tel Aviv by themselves, and
By
frankly,
themselves.
from Europe, there are other airports like.
Mhm.
There are
Yeah,
other
yeah.
airports you can fly into than just Lod Airport. I won't say that man's name.
That makes sense.
But so
So
yeah, and people. I mean, I thought people will. So the idea is on February 24th. That is Shabbat. That is the Sabbath, and we would have a sort of retreat, starting like Friday afternoon or maybe even Friday morning, going into the Sabbath, and then like Friday night, I certainly would want to go to the prayers at the wall, and because that's always fun, and you know, the Sabbath would be the Sabbath, and then after Shabbat ends, and Shabbat ends not too late on in February, you know, we would have a traditional Malava Malka, which is like music and stuff, and yeah, and we could stay up talking all night, whatever, and then
that would
Sunday.
be so much fun.
Well, the thing is, I think most churches in Israel have their services on Saturday. Maybe not all, but I think a lot of them do. But you guys, I mean, certainly there people, if they want to go to church on Sunday, that's that would be available. And then, so we were thinking that, so that's the 24th is like that weekend, and so having some tour stuff before, which would be like Jewish sites, and then having tour stuff after, which would be Christian sites. So if somebody wants to, and people were saying like keep it down to like 10 days max, so people could fly in and fly out, and it was like, you know, you can add extra to that whatever you want.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That sounds like a blast. That would be a lot of fun. Is it gonna be cold during that time? Cold day?
I mean, how cold does it get in Israel already?
I don't know. I've never been.
So sometimes it will snow in. Sometimes it will snow a little bit, right? Like when I was in Israel, it snowed enough that we could have snowball fights and build snowmen and stuff. But that was like a week of the entire year.
Well, I was asking because of the Jordan River baptisms that we gotta coerce Paul into giving. He wouldn't do that.
He will not rebaptize people who have been baptized already.
Dang. I'm just kidding. I'll baptize myself.
You can baptize yourself. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be too cold to. Certainly, I mean, people go swimming in the Kinneret basically all year round. That's the Sea of Galilee. And
that's good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly, but yeah, it doesn't get like hugely cold at any time of the year. People asked why February. That's probably the cheapest time of the entire year to fly to Israel and to be there. And I thought it just makes sense to go when it's cheapest.
And I can go.
Yeah.
Like if the most popular times, if you go like in March or April, that's going to be around Easter / Passover, and that's the best season. Like if you want to visit Israel in the spring, that's everything's green and like it's absolutely beautiful. And then a lot of people go for the winter, and then a lot of people go for the Jewish high holidays. I mean, for the summer, like a lot of people go during summer break, and then the Jewish high holidays, and then I guess some people go for Christmas and stuff. So like January is the absolute cheapest of the entire year, and like February is pretty cheap. And next year is a Jewish leap year, which means there's an extra month. There are 13 months, not 12. And so we're going to be having it in Adar Rishon, which is like doesn't really have any major holidays. So it's hopefully going to be the most affordable for most that really is possible.
Sounds good to me. I'm really looking forward to it, so it'll be fun. And the more you guys keep talking about it, the more I keep looking forward to it too. It's good.
It's funny, but like a lot of people, I mean, we're talking over a year from right now. Yeah. In fact, a year and 2 weeks, and but a lot of people are really excited about it. Who knows? Maybe Father Stephen will come too. So. Zevi lives in Jerusalem. He has that channel, Seekers of Unity, and Paul seemed kind of excited by the idea, and maybe Pajot will want to come. And we were joking about what would happen if Jordan Peterson said he wanted to come. Chazi's like, if Jordan calls me and says he wants to come, I'll say, Jordan, let me think about it.
That's funny. Yeah, I caught some of that conversation. I was in it. Was that yesterday morning?
Yeah.
I think
Paul,
so. Yeah.
Paul was.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. I mean, it would totally change it if Jordan Peterson decided to show up, but like, I would be all for it.
Yeah, it would get pretty big then at that point.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if he would ever agree to be smuggled into like a theosis event.
So, like, yeah, yesterday people were like, well, maybe he could just join on the down low, and we wouldn't tell anybody. And it's like, yeah, you wish.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't do that, I don't think. And we could find out, I think.
I would blab all over my channel.
What if he just didn't speak? He could just attend. Would Hezzy do that? That'd probably make people mad.
Yeah, I mean, if Jordan Peterson wants to come, he gets to come.
You say you can come, but you're not allowed to talk.
And Chezi says Jacob is covering all the costs. Yeah,
that's what I thought.
Exactly.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So how was work at Pizza Hut? Is it?
Pizza Hut. Yeah, work's been slow. Since last summer. I keep thinking it's gonna pick up, but then
for title searches, you mean?
Yeah. So I just kind of wanted to get I'm still doing them. I was like, I need to pick up something in the evenings to try to get some extra cash now. Because things just kind of come in waves too. Like you have new tires for the car, this or that. It's just always something. So I'm like, and then my back was really, really bothering me. That was another one of the things it was really bothering me. So I had to been going to the chiropractor here and there, and that just adds up, So
do not go to chiropractors, please.
Oh, really? I've been looking for someone to tell me that because I hear everyone say that they're great, and then I go read the scientific literature, and there's no evidence for it.
It's beyond. There's no evidence for it. You're lucky if they don't break your neck.
It feels like they're going to sometimes.
It's all pseudoscience and whatchamacallit. What do you call that? The effect.
The placebo.
Placebo effect. Yeah, it's just basically all placebo. Chezi's like, talk some Torah. Chezi, tomorrow, Betsy and I are actually going to do something I think is really exciting, which is, like Frogwood said, chiropractors fatally injure people all the time.
I don't hear good things. I honestly don't hear good things about chiropractors, but
I've heard so many.
I haven't.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
people go for their back all the time, and frankly, I think they do more damage often than they do any good. So not a good idea to go to chiropractors generally.
All right,
scientifically,
that could save me some cash. But I just wanted to pick up. I mean, some of this to try to save money, just here and there where I can too, so that way I could have money for Israel. And I got to go to Honduras next month. Well, I don't have to. I get to, because I actually want to go, but and then we're supposed to go back to India in November, I think. So there's just a lot of stuff.
I'm just waiting for Jason to meet some hot Honduran mama and
mama
get married. But I want to talk about what Ben and I are doing tomorrow. So Rabbi Jonathan Sachs wrote a book, Torah Studies, in which he selected a sicha, a discourse by the Rebbe for each parsha, for each portion of the Torah, and he adapted it to English, kind of abbreviated it, and it's available online. I put all the links in the description of the video for tomorrow.
Okay.
And it's available in English online for free. And they're beautiful discourses, and his adaptations are beautiful. But Ben and I are going to actually look up the Hebrew original, and we are going to read the actual original and discuss it. So we're going much deeper than his short adaptation. for anybody who's interested.
Oh, that'll be cool. I definitely want to check that out. I don't know if I'll be able to catch it live, but I'll catch it later if I don't.
It will be there. So we will be talking Torah, Chazi. I hope
Tomorrow.
that satisfies.
Well, I
you,
have
but-
questions, but I need Nahama to answer all my questions because I'm in like Chronicles right now. So
that's actually another thing. Nehama, I took away Richard's admin privileges to give them to Nehama, so that she can run just chatting streams. And so so she's thinking about it, and we'll see what she does. But when she has her just chatting streams, you can totally ask her all the details of Nach, because I am, while she claims to be a Beis Yaakov dropout, I am sure she was one of the top students, and the girls get taught Nach, Nevi'im and Ketuvim, writings and prophets, much better than the boys do. So, and Chazi's back.
How sexy.
there he is. What's up? Did you change? You look nice.
No, I just put on my jacket and I put on
Okay.
my hat. I'm gonna go pick up a client and do some shopping in South Tel Aviv for material nonsense, for marble, for lights, for colors.
Sounds
The
great.
chumriyut, the materiality, you're bringing the kedusha into materiality.
It's very hard for me. However, her husband, who's also a client of mine, is like a big rabbi in Aish HaTorah, which is a organization, and I get to play around with the concepts we talk around here with him, so I enjoy it. While we're shopping for colors, I'm also challenging him on God. So
Oh, nice.
Rabbis
Sounds
at Aish Torah can afford your services.
the father-in-laws of rabbis in Aish HaTorah could afford my services.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Usually those conversations become like, you're talking to someone pretty prominent, and then you're like, but let's talk to your dad because who's paying for this whole operation? So,
Oh my goodness.
Jason, it would be amazing if you came to Israel, and Richard, it would also be fantastic if you came to Israel.
Planning
Yeah,
on
I'm
it. Very
hoping. My mom doesn't like the idea. She thinks it's,
Your mom doesn't think it's a good idea. Can't you get like extra credit from school?
No, so it's not the trip. It's me thinking about the trip.
Yes, somebody should be spending more time studying, Richard.
There's some funny.
If you don't get A's on this semester,
There's no reason I will not get it this semester.
we will find out, because if you don't, you're banned from this channel until you get straight A's.
I agree.
Don't listen to him. A's are for nerds.
Uh-huh.
I'm just kidding.
Jason, do
I'm
you
joking.
draw?
Sometimes. What was this coming off last
joke?
when I
Yeah,
said
just
A's
I
are for
heard you
nerds?
talking about. I heard you talking about trying to make some extra cash, okay? Because there's been like a lull in your title profession, which you were doing before, or still doing. And I was thinking that a friend of mine during Corona, his wife started drawing all these biblical cartoons for like these Christian websites that kids like print out for coloring pages, and like she quit her job. She's making like a killing just
Really?
drawing like David fighting Goliath, and they're like, give us more.
I actually did the exact same thing right around during COVID too. They're all like cartoonish things too. They're all biblical stories.
I found out today there's a Christian trading card game, and yes, and apparently, like there are cards that are selling for $150 each,
Really?
because
has a market. Wow.
Yeah, apparently.
Are
Here,
there
let me
like
see if I can.
are there different stickers for like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, or it's just one sticker?
That's
Let me
a
see if
good
I can
question.
find.
Good question. Now, what is it called, Jacob?
It's called Redemption TCG. Somebody on my Discord. So which yeah. So somebody on my Discord put a meme with. So apparently one of the cards is called Horror of Babylon, and like for some
Wow.
reason somebody decided that a totally inappropriate picture should be on that.
Oh my gosh.
And it's like, this is supposed to be for Christian kids. I guess
Yep.
it's supposed to be for Christian teenagers, but it's like, yeah, that picture is kind of inappropriate for a Christian anything.
Jason, can I ask you a question? And Richard, can I ask you a question as well? It's for both of you. So you guys are hearing Father Stephen DeYoung doing his thing, talking to Jacob, and then you guys like. So Jason, you sort of mentioned that that's what you were raised to believe, right? About like these three. So when you hear this guy, who I'm assuming is you guys find him to be reputable, what does that make you think when he says those things? And different from Jacob, because Jacob is Jacob, and he has his biases, he has his agenda, and like it's like a fun little conversation to have with like our friendly Jew. But then my question is like, you hear this this legit dude come and tell you some spewing some of his own truth. So how does that resonate to you?
Go ahead, Jason.
I can do it first. You can go, Richard.
Okay, if you want me to.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, the Trinity in at least the non-denominational circles I ran in was never talked about in any rigorous way. And like what that resulted in was an implicit understanding that when you read the Nicene Creed, which every single Christian denomination believes in, 99.99 repeat it, that implicit understanding doesn't follow the Nicene Creed. And so when like it doesn't have to be Father Stephen, even if it was a friend of mine who was a layman, just says, "Hey, read the Nicene Creed and notice that Jesus is begotten of the Father and the Spirit proceeds from him." And it's like, oh, that I don't usually think about it in that way. I mean, how I thought about it was they were all eternally coexistent together, and they're like totally like they're all persons, but they're one person, and this doesn't make any sense. And so I would say, what do I feel? It feels refreshing that this can make sense pretty easily, because it's not that complicated, actually. Just you just need the hypostasis and essence distinction, and then you're on your way. So it's really nice.
Thank
I
you.
would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, I mean, it is nice to hear him talk about it, but I never grew up in Eastern Orthodox circles, so I don't know if it's like common that they think that way. I don't know. Like he kept saying over and over, "I'm going to make a lot of Protestants mad," and it probably you hear things and it probably will. But I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. I don't know how to go about it either. It's one of those things, like, I don't know if when you bring up these ideas, if the best way is to just ask questions. Because what I usually encounter with Protestants is it's like, I mean, with anybody, it's like this core belief you have. It's this thing you hold to. It's this, whatever you want to call it, doctrine of the Trinity. So when it starts getting shaken, it's kind of a terrifying thing. And you really kind of have to let go. But I mean, ultimately, it's not about, that's the other thing too. Like I grew up in these churches where they'd say you can't, it's about faith, and faith isn't about some intellectual assent. So you can't understand enough. And so then then you ask about the Trinity, and they're like, well, it's a mystery, and you just can't understand everything, and you have to take things on faith. And so I like, there's a truth in that. So I completely agree with that point. But then at the same time, you're like, well, there's a way that shuts down discussion at the same time, because it's just a mystery and you're not supposed to understand it. I don't know what I'm getting at here. But I think these conversations will be helpful. It's kind of not hearing those things. But I guess it's this, I guess the spirit to have these conversations is sometimes difficult, because they are points of tension with a lot of people, because they are really fundamental beliefs that people have. I was talking to my friend Craig the other night. Sorry, I feel like I'm rambling now, but and this was not recorded, but I just told him, because we had mentioned, I don't know how it came up, but I just mentioned how it just has, ever since I started coming back to Christianity or to God in general, about maybe 5 years ago, it's just been constant. Feels like just a plunging coming back up and plunging coming back up, and just tearing apart these like not even bad ideas, but just things. I guess you could call it deconstruction, but it's in a destructive way. Like it's really just trying to get at something more fundamental, something more real, something more honest. And it's been a absolute liberating and wonderful experience, but it's extremely awful, to be honest. A lot of points.
You have to get fully lost before you can be found.
Yeah. And I mean, and even in my own head, like having these, having to wrestle with new ideas, it's hard to wrestle with them with people, with family. That's where I think it gets tough sometimes.
Your famous discussion with your grandma.
Yeah, that and just is. I mean, it has been years. Like it's been like literally, I started fasting, and it was just like this huge thing with not only my family but other Christians in my community, because you don't fast, like because people don't want to, so they come up with not to, because they say legalism, and it's you're falling into legalism, and it's not, you shouldn't be fasting, and they'll quote scriptures out of context and stuff, and I'm like, listen, I'm not asking anybody else to fast. I mean, for my personal reasons, I'm not asking you to fast. But it was like I mean, that's what I mean, just little things here and there. It's just been like I feel like
That's
I shouldn't be
so
saying this while it's a live
That
recording.
is so weird.
Christianity is all over the place, man. It is. It is
so
just.
I have never.
Stuff,
It never crossed my mind that anybody would tell a Christian not to fast.
Yeah.
It's because they don't want to, basically. A lot of times.
Okay, but what?
Yeah,
They
so-
don't
so
want
Jacob-
to. Why does that?
Jacob, it's like Peterson's point. It's Peterson's point where if a guy from a poor family starts putting their thoughts together, they tear him down. Because they can't stand to have the improvement in their midst. So I think it's that kind of dynamic where it's just like,
Because they feel guilty, they have to stop you from doing it too.
I don't know if that's all the reason. I mean, I think that's some of the reason. I think some of it too is just I'm not a healthy eater, so I think it actually was concern for some people too. But I'm like, hey, all right, I probably should be dead with the way I eat by now, but I'm still
Jason,
here.
see you, and I hope your back feels better. Talk.
Oh, thanks, Teddy. I'll see you later.
If you're going to fast, you need to eat healthy, Jason.
Yeah, I've gotten better at that. I think maybe not. I don't know, but yeah,
But
I don't know. It's
if you
that's
get married, your wife will cook for you, and you won't have to worry about it.
yeah, they don't get fat. Yeah, I get fat real fast. But yeah, I mean, there's just lots of things. Like I can know of a number of things where I mean, you just go into any Christian circles, and it's like kind of like you were talking about before. Like everybody kind of has with propositions. Like every community has a set of propositions, and so the church I go to now, most of their propositions, I might not most of, I shouldn't say most, but some of them I would probably definitely disagree with. But the reason I like where I am is because they would probably know that and they would kick me out.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't
What-
ask to teach or anything, you know, but they wouldn't. They still love me and allow me to be there, and so I'm
What kind
happy
of
to.
church is it, Jason?
It's you could maybe. Yeah, I mean it's not denominational. I don't know if you could maybe
yeah.
call it Word of Faith. But they'll definitely say things like, um, God, like they'll quote that verse all the time. The devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy. And so, if any of these things ever happen in your life, if there's any like theft or like it's never God or anything like that. And so, like
Mhm.
healing, like God is, it's all God's will to heal. If you're ever afflicted, it's never from God at all. It's just very, very black and white. And I think ultimately, I would agree that that is God's will. But you could read scriptures where God says, "I kill and I make alive."
Yeah, Isaiah. Yep.
And so, so I don't know. Like I don't always agree with everything, but it's I don't know. It's in the Trinity thing would probably I don't. They probably wouldn't even know what half the stuff you guys were saying. Which I don't know that I did either, to be honest. So
Me neither.
I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's always interesting to see where people land. Because I brought 3 friends to my Orthodox parish. One's one went to Catholic high school. One's hyper conservative reformed, and the third was a non-denominational Christian. The non-denominational Christian is my best friend, and he was the most not uncomfortable, concerned with the service, because what he looks for in the church is, he calls it like the authenticity of your faith, whether he can perceive that you really believe in your faith and act on it. And also relationship is this church enabling you to have a personal relationship with God. And his concern with the liturgy, and this is the standard objection to liturgy, is that it can become an obstruction to personal relationship with God.
Yeah, I've heard,
Jason,
I've heard a lot.
Are there any Orthodox churches anywhere near you?
I don't know if there are. I know there's Catholic ones. I live in Cleveland, Tennessee, and so I think that it is the most churches per square mile. I don't know if that's true, but there are churches all over. But I don't know if there's an Eastern
Cleveland,
Orthodox one.
Tennessee.
There's
Cleveland,
probably
Tennessee.
one.
There's churches all over.
Orthodox Church.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why, like Jacob, when I first started talking to you, it was so incredibly fascinating to me because you're telling me
Saint Maria of Paris Orthodox Church in
There we
Cleveland, Tennessee.
all right.
Yeah, there it is.
3815 Old Tasso Road.
Old Paso, I was on that today. I was delivering a pizza on that road.
Next to Amazing Machinery.
All right, I go check it out. Look it up. All right, thanks. But I mean, even like so, me studying the scriptures, like I'm not very well educated. I mean, I went to school and stuff, but I just don't remember much, and I didn't really care about school. And so, really, when I started coming back to God, I was just reading the Bible over and over and over, just because I loved it, and I mean, I think it's true. And so then, I was kind of brought up sola scriptura too. I would guess you could say that. But the problem is, most people that are brought up that way, I don't think they are that way. Because if you actually take the entire Bible, you take the entire Bible, it's gonna like the scripture is gonna, it's not black and white, and I don't know, and so but me reading the entire scripture, it's caused me to change the way I think and the way I view things, and then talking to Jacob and hearing like how Judaism actually is, I'm like, this sounds very similar to what I actually believe, which is really fascinating. And then to find out Judaism is not what I was told growing up either, because I was told it was always legalism or something, and I don't know.
Yeah.
So this is Saint Maria's of
Deliver me from bloodshed, O God of my salvation, and my tongue will sing aloud of your deliverance. O Lord, open my lips, and my mouth will declare your praise. For you have no delight in sacrifice. If I were to give a burnt offering, you would not be pleased. Royal passion bearers, right believing.
It's not so exciting.
Loves the just and shows mercy upon the
Just
sinner.
I forget what they call the wall.
Huh.
What is it called?
There.
I forget. Interesting.
It's full of idolatry. There it is.
Yeah.
It's an OCA church.
What does that mean? OCA.
OCA is Orthodox Church in America.
Okay, is that bad?
Yeah, they're trying to make their own American Orthodox thing.
Oh,
Okay.
huh. Interesting.
Yeah, I think most of the people in our little corner go to OCA churches.
Really?
Okay.
That's
Huh.
interesting.
Oh, that doesn't look very pretty in there. I always heard
no,
their buildings were so pretty.
No, they are still building. Jacob, if you're going to St. Michael's in Whittier, show him mine.
Yeah, yours is much nicer, but yours isn't the one he's going to be going to.
Sure.
You can show me.
But you know,
show me.
It is, there is something to being in a.
That doesn't seem so bad.
No, yeah.
This is
Also, Orthodox churches tend to not have chairs. You're supposed to stand the entire time.
oh my goodness.
Yeah. Mhm.
Wow. There's churches all over Cleveland, man. I've been to a few. They're pretty good. I like almost all of them I've been to. You know, for a while, it was weeks, literally weeks. Every single day, this lady would call me, and this old lady, I'd just get a random every single time. I'm like, you got the wrong number. You got the wrong number. Finally, she invited me to her church. It was in downtown Cleveland, and it was an all-black church, and it was one of the best services I've been in. It was
Black churches are incredible.
It was great. It was great. They were so nice too. I just showed up. They're like, "What are you doing here?" I was like, "Well, she invited me, so I showed up."
There's a gospel choir at Bio. It's always a riot. So
Yeah.
It's funny though. I used the phrase "black church" with someone in Seattle, someone who lives in Seattle, and the only black church they knew was.
Okay, why is there somebody with pink hair, and a man wearing a kilt in Cleveland, Tennessee? How is that legal?
I don't know.
It's a good
I don't know what we do here. At least a Christian.
Yeah. But
Everybody here is a Christian.
When they heard black church, they thought of a Nigerian Anglican church.
Oh, wow.
There's nothing like charismatic black churches.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's not like the Southern Gospel.
Yeah. They had no idea what I was talking
That's
about.
funny.
Which was unfortunate.
Oh, you're not here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I would go. Does it say how old they are on like their homepage, Jacob?
It doesn't say much on their thing at all. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't say much on their actual. Yeah.
Because they must be pretty new, still in the process of building up their parish. Which
Yeah,
it's
we
cool.
did.
It's always cool to be part of something when it's just started growing. So there is that benefit. But
It's true. It's true too. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's some
the
pretty big.
oldest thing they have is like 30 weeks ago.
oh wow, yeah, yeah. They probably just
Right.
threw it together and put it in the house.
Well, they
Yep.
had a Saint Maria cookout and Great Vespers in 2019.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
looking for.
where do I find pictures of your church?
Look up Saint Michael's Whittier. On
Alright.
they should be on Facebook.
Probably gonna head out after this though. It's almost.
Yeah, me too.
So
Whittier.
Saint Michael's.
Oh,
Whittier.
there's a video. I don't think it's on the website though. Let me find it real quick. There's a beautiful introduction video. Or like it's like a guided tour.
Oh wow.
There's the father.
Oh yeah, there it is. Gosh, how do
See,
I
that was
find?
prettier.
Yeah,
Wow,
there's
yeah,
a
that's a
pretty
lot
good.
prettier. Paintings and stuff.
Yeah, it's a
Nice.
great parish. I've gotten really lucky with it. So,
Cool.
but yeah, I'll have to find it. Oh, here it is. Hold
Oh,
on. There's a no. That's
I see Happy's moving around. Oh no, just laying back down.
gosh, I should bookmark it. But there's the official website of Western Orthodox. Western Orthodoxy has like a very cinematic explanation of all of the iconography.
That's really pretty.
And so, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's really pretty.
Yep, and Jacob's been there.
I have.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was nice.
It was cool.
We didn't
Cool.
stay for the lunch. We went somewhere else.
Well,
Yeah.
if you ever come to East Tennessee, come to my church. Don't know if you'd enjoy it. You might. They're very, very nice people there. They're some of the nicest people I've ever met.
Good.
So Fraudwith says OCA is not bad. You can sit in the benches on the side if standing is rough on your back, Jason.
Yeah.
You know, actually, standing doesn't really bother me. A lot of times it's sitting for a long time. Sometimes
Yeah.
it bothers me, but I don't know.
Being sedentary is.
What is
Yeah.
this? Okay. Oh, how adorable! You need to go pet that pooch.
Bro,
cuddle up.
so I met this dog last night.
You did.
Last night?
Yeah.
What?
Paul Vanderclay was at the local estuary here in LA. And so me and Jacob were there. And
It's
fun.
so hilarious when dogs in their sleep start like moving their feet and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Jacob brought Happy, and she is
Oh.
so shy. She would not go near us at all.
She is really shy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
It was
Okay.
funny because I would be talking and like looking like at the face of someone, and she would come up beside me and like sniff my head, and the minute I look at her, she would like dart away behind Jacob.
Oh.
Yeah, she hides behind me.
That's funny.
She's an 80-pound Rottweiler and she hides behind me. It's so funny.
Oh. She looks mighty comfy. All right, guys. Well, I probably gotta head out. So it's
Me
almost
too.
pushing
Okay,
on 3 a.m.
I am ending this broadcast.